Conference, please be seated. And what are we doing first? Administration, thank you. And I call on the Assistant Secretary of Conference for matters of administration.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to remind members of conference, please hand your Action for Children, Hopes for and Dreams for Children cards back in at the Action for Children stand. I think at the moment that's all the administration. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd be very happy to call on Ruth G at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, just one reminder that nominations for members of the Business Committee are to be put in the ballot boxes by 5:30 this evening, and you can get the nomination forms from the help desk. We are now going to move to resolutions P1 and VP1, which are on pages 716 and 717 of the agenda. This is the voting for the President and Vice President designate for next year. But before we get to that point, we need to ask the President if we may admit an amendment without notice under Standing Order 131, brackets 4, brackets B6. A long-sounding standing order. What it actually means is that we need to put the full names of the two nominees into the resolution. So instead of Jennifer Smith, it would read Jennifer Hunter Smith. And instead of Daniel Keane, Daniel Mark Keane. That is all that we are asking at this point. And we need to, with the President's permission, we need to move that vote for that amendment before we continue to the vote.
You have my permission to continue.
I think, Mr. President, that a show of hands would do for us.
By a show of hands, all in favour? Thank you. Any against?
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So we do now move to the voting for the Vice President and President designate. And first of all, the first resolution is on page 706. This will be a ballot vote. And so you will need your electronic devices. And just checking that Anna's in position, which is wonderful. So the resolution, I move resolution P1. The conference designates the Reverend Dr. Jennifer Hunter Smith as the President of the Conference of 2027.
If you've got your paddles ready, so if you are in favour, vote 1, against, vote 2, you can vote now.
Anybody struggling?
Is anybody struggling to vote, or you're all content that you voted there? Sorry, I heard some murmurs.
Thank you. We will now move to Resolution VP1. On page 717, the conference designates Daniel Mark Keane as the Vice President of the Conference of 2027.
Again, you are able to vote now, so 1 for in favour and 2 for against.
The results of the ballot votes, with your permission, Mr. President.
Yes, the tension's killing me.
Thank you. Resolution P1, 207 votes for and 4 against. And Resolution VP1, 203 votes for and 7 votes against. Therefore, the Reverend Jennifer Hunter-Smith has been designated as Vice President, as President, oh, sorry, God. It's been quite a long morning. Right, the Reverend Jennifer Hunter-Smith has been designated as President of the Conference of 2027, and Daniel Mark Keane has been designated as Vice President of the Conference of 2027.
We give thanks to God for his call on Jen and Daniel's life and their response to it, our affirmation of it at conference, and we pray every blessing on them in their preparations for this time next year. I look forward to that very much. Jonathan says I've only been here for a morning. Reverend Dr. Mark Rowland, if you'd like to help us pick up where we left off earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I can assure you if you enjoyed this morning, we have plenty more where that came from.
So delighted.
To enact the decision that the conference made before lunch, we need to pass a resolution to provide for continuing permission for online celebrations of Holy Communion. I therefore move Resolution 13/3. The conference permits presbyters and other persons authorised to preside at the sacrament of the Lord's Supper to lead celebrations of Holy Communion in which some or all of the worshippers gather together at a common time through electronic means. I so move.
Thank you. By a show of hands, all in favour? Thank you. Any against? Thank you. That is carried.
Mr. President, Mayor.
Please do.
I believe now we need to move to the notice of motion that you have, the number of which has gone from me. 102. Notice of motion 102.
I call Reverend Adam Stevenson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Adam Stevenson, Scotland District. I'm very grateful to my friend, the Faith and Order Secretary, for providing a report with honest reflections contained within it. it's helpful to the conference to understand that although we've been talking about these matters within the conference over the last number of years, almost a decade, but especially so since the pandemic, we are still in the early days of experimentation, and we have received limited feedback. And a research project amongst those already engaged in online worship. Further conversation and discernment would be helpful. That's been borne out in the debate we have already undertaken today, and is demonstrated in the very close vote undertaken by the conference this morning. We are not of one mind on the options before us. Further conferring would be beneficial to the whole of the church. I thank the conference scrutiny subcommittee for its comments, but note that we could have asked for a deferred resolution or a special deferred resolution. Gasps from behind me. However, the procedure under Standing Order 122 of a provisional resolution is the most efficient way of encouraging more conversation with some formal feedback that will inform the conference next year rather than in subsequent years under those other provisions. The significance of what we are conferring about within the life of the church cannot be underestimated. I'm mindful of those engaged in online church work and thank them for the conversations that we have had. They agree that further time to discern is a good thing. And if the conference agrees, the Faith and Order Committee will have more time to be able to engage with the further work that they have set out in the report, especially upon the ecclesiology of online churches, and we all know that this is necessary work. Through the mechanism of provisional resolutions, each synod may affirm or not, or amend the resolutions for the conference to consider in 2027. Such conferring, which so far has been missing from this process, is of paramount importance when we consider the theological, ecclesiological, and ecumenical questions before us. I appreciate how diverse the synods are, and so I urge the conference to support this notice of motion, to support further conversation, further discernment, and to provide the synods with an opportunity to assess which questions are most pertinent to them in their contexts, so that the conference can make a fully informed decision next year. My seconder reserves their right to speak. Thank you.
I see two speakers. Thank you.
Mr President, members of conference, Angie Long, Chair of the Lincolnshire District. I simply rise to note that certainly as far as our synod is concerned, and this may be a concern which is shared in some other districts too, we have an exceptionally large piece of work before us in the coming connectional year, which is going to take up a very great amount of our time and our energies. I'm concerned about how we can ensure that there is parity of presentation and enabling of these conversations across the synods, given our varying workloads, given the amount of time that we will have available to us to be able to look at this, and therefore to what extent any responses that come back to synods will actually be of any worth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr President. Members of conference, Simon Edwards, Bristol District. I recognise that in the life of the church there is an enduring provisionality on the whole of the life of the church. We change how we respond because of the call of God. But I'm inclined to resist this notice. It seems by making some things more provisional than others, what we do is to say that we simply make provisional those things with which we disagree. rather than reaffirming a commitment to live with contradictory convictions. So I urge you to resist. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr President, members of Conference, Kerry Tangard, Yorkshire West District, I rise to support this notice of motion. There was a critical moment in the conversation this morning where the brilliance of Christian conferring for me was revealed. And that was in the final exchange, where we were beginning to consider what does this mean for our presbyters if we make a normative decision about a crucial sacrament at the heart of our being as the church. Is it that if I have a presbyter serving in the district for which I am responsible for the discipline, that if they cannot, at this moment in time, have the theological reasoning that allows them to come to that space, will they face a complaint that I then need to hear through the processes of the church? So what I'm asking for is within this year, it allows us proper reflection on the full implications of the conversation that we have taken, what it means to those of us who are presbyters, whom have made different theological journeys around this question. And we need the space and time to both reflect and confer together as presbyters, but also with lay people in the life of the church. So I absolutely support this notice of motion. I recognise it is a commitment, and we are missing our synod secretary this year, which is slightly more terrifying than most things that I have to deal with as a district chair. But I think it's so fundamentally important that I respect and care for the presbyters on behalf of the conference that I ask you to support this notice of motion.
Seconder, Andy?
Mr. Rowland.
Mr President, members of conference, good afternoon. Andy Files, serving as chair of the Nottingham and Derby district and speaking also as member of the General Synod representing the Methodist Church of Great Britain. Thank you for the conversations this morning and the way in which we conferred. Thank you for all the varied opinions before us, which we need to consider together. This notice of motion comes out of concern that we are reflecting the whole of the life of our church, not just part of it, and that we hear all the voices, not just some. We are a church that represents one another in contradictory convictions in many ways, and the Lord's Supper and the way that we practice it is one of those too. This notice of motion that we bring offers the opportunity for wider conferring across the church in order that we can be convinced that we are making the right decision for us all. We will later on today be addressed by Ruth G. again regarding life in covenant with our partner church in which we're in covenant, the Church of England. I'm very, very aware of what I represent to the Church of England from us and want to represent it well from the whole of the life of the church. I commend our notice of motion to you.
Thank you. Mr. Rowland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to advise the conference that I did consult with members of the Faith and Order Committee in relation to the proposed notice of motion, and the committee on the whole takes a similar view as it wanted to present to the conference in the report itself, that this is a significant matter for the conference to discern and reach a view on, and so the committee neither gives you a solid proposal in favour of or against the notice of motion. We have formally resisted because we felt it important that we follow the full process and have a full debate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Oh, Adam. Sorry, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just picking up on what some of the speakers said, I think it's really important, that point that Kerry made. You know, I think it's been laid out for us that there are some significant matters of which we will want to take careful discernment of, and this will give us time to be able to do that, and I think that's really, really important. So I continue to commend this motion to the conference.
Thank you. So by a show of hands, all in favour? Thank you. Those against? Oh, paddles. It's time to paddle, everybody.
Oh. Okay, have we got our paddles at the ready? Hold that. The vote is live, so you can vote 1 for in favour or 2 against. We have 123 votes in favour and 86 against.
Thank you. That is then carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the light of that result on the notice of motion, I would therefore seek the conference's permission to withdraw resolutions 13.4, 13.5, 13.6, 13.7 and 13.9 to 13.11. I know my colleagues in the Law and Policy Subcommittee will come back with resolutions about the provisional legislation and extension of the period of discernment. And I suggest, in the light of the conference's conversation about conscience, that we bring resolution 13.8 back in amended form for you, if you're content with that, Mr. President.
I think I am content with that, Mr. Holland. Thank you.
I'm very glad to hear it.
Oh, sorry. And is conference agreed? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Call the Secretary of Conference. Thank you.
Mr. President, because of some of our visitors, there are some items we need to do today. So, with the conference's permission, we're moving to item 35, which is the report on assisted dying. This report was prepared by a working party chaired by Dr. Richard Vaughtry. Dr. Vaughtry is not able to be with us, but has prepared his presentation, and we're going to see it by video. Said he optimistically.
I'm really grateful for arrangements that have been made for this introduction. I hope that Reverend Sam Caroline Green, an NHA chaplain and a member of the task group, will be available to respond to the debate, and that the Secretary of Conference will propose the various recommendations. The issue of assisted dying has been a subject of discussion for decades, or as our report demonstrates, for centuries. In the 60s and 70s, this led to the adoption of the Methodist statement on euthanasia by the conference in 1974. In recent years, there have been an increasing number of countries that have legalised assisted dying to varying degrees. And here in the UK, we've seen growing campaigns to do the same. This has culminated most recently in proposals being brought to the parliaments in Jersey and the Isle of Man, Scotland and Westminster. The legislative changes were accepted in Jersey and the Isle of Man, and in both places they are now waiting for royal assent. The bill in Scotland was rejected in its final debate in the Scottish Parliament in March, whilst the private member's bill for England and Wales ran out of parliamentary time, but its proponents have said that they intend to bring it back again unchanged this session. So whilst there will be no changes in legislation in England and Wales or Scotland in the very near future, the fact that assisted dying will probably become legal in Jersey or the Isle of Man clearly means that the Methodist Church in Britain needs to take a view on how to respond to this new situation. The conference's historic position is one of opposition to assisted dying, in that we are aligned with all other major Christian denominations in the UK. However, as the report reminds us, when this issue was last debated in 2015, conference members reflected the wider UK population and showed the spectrum of views held about whether assisted dying should be permitted, and if so, in what circumstances. The 1974 Methodist Statement was written, when it was written, all the major medical bodies were also opposed to legalising assisted dying. However, since then, most have moved to a position of neutrality, not to suggest that they are more supportive, but because they believe that this is an issue that should be decided by parliaments. My own Royal College of General Practitioners summarised this when they stated their position was neither supporting nor opposing assisted dying being made legal. Last year, you gave the task group 3 years to work on this issue, which was very generous of you. However, we concluded that in view of what was happening in various parts of our connection, we believe there was a greater urgency to bring back this report this year to help conference to respond. We hope that the summary of the legal situation in the UK, Crown dependencies and worldwide, the ethical considerations that this matter raises, some biblical reflections, and the summary of commonly used arguments in this debate are helpful to support your conferring and listening to one another on this important matter. When we looked at the 1974 statement again, we felt it was showing its age and is no longer fit for purpose. We outlined some reasons for our position in paragraph 1.4, and we would invite the conference to agree with us that we should no longer give the statement the status of a conference statement. However, we also acknowledge that we are in turn have used outdated and inappropriate terms in our own report. And I'm sorry that we didn't spot that sooner in its preparation. I'm therefore grateful to those who have highlighted this, and if the report is to be used in the future, and if there is an opportunity to make suitable amendments, we'd be certainly happy to work with them to do that. We then wanted to bring to you some resolutions to help the conference both debate this issue further, but also to make some clear decisions. We outline our reasoning for this in paragraph 6.5. To be clear, the working group is not recommending you vote for or against 35.3 or 35.4. We have brought them to give conference the opportunity to confer, to listen, and to make decisions that will then help those who speak on our behalf, as well as engaging pastorally on this very difficult issue. Resolution 35.3 provides you with an opportunity to resolve to maintain the historic position of opposition to assisted dying. If you pass it, you may or may not want to progress to 35.4, although they are not mutually exclusive. Resolution 35.4 focuses on whether a period of consultation should be initiated on changing from a position of opposition to one of support for legislative change. And if so, what safeguards would be required? This would be a major and costly exercise, as we highlight in paragraph 6.2. So before committing to it, you need to be assured that the necessary resources are in place to do this. You need to consider the risks and the benefits of undertaking such a project, and most importantly, consider what you would do with the outcome and whether it would change your minds, as ultimately any consultation would come back to conference, and it would be you who would need to make the decisions based upon it. When there is so much change and debate about this issue, the task group does not believe that now is the right time to develop another conference statement, as it could be out of date as soon as it's prepared. And a conference statement is meant to stand the test of time. We hope instead that by receiving this report, you find it contains the necessary resources to support discussion in the church at this time. In addition, whatever your view on assisted dying, by receiving the report, we hope that you agree with what we have outlined in section 7, and particularly the imperative to call for UK governments to enable high-quality social care, mental health, palliative and hospice care, so that no one feels a burden. No one feels that they are not valued, and everyone can access the best possible palliative and social care when they need it. Finally, the task group asks for your support for our 6th recommendation, so that all of those who find themselves providing pastoral care to people at the end of their life, including those who are seeking assisted dying, that they have the necessary prayer and liturgical resources to use at such a critical time. Assisted dying can be a very difficult issue to discuss. Many of us have very sincerely held views that may have been formed through our faith, through our ethical understanding, or indeed through our lived experience. We also may have very similar experiences, but come to very different conclusions on our view of assisted dying. All opinions are valid, and I've every confidence that the debate that is now to follow will take place with mutual care and respect for one another. Can I thank the members of the task group who've worked with me to prepare this report in just a few months, and now I will invite the Secretary of Conference to propose the first resolution. Thank you.
Mr. President, therefore, I move Resolution 35/1 that the Conference receive the report, but alert you, as Secretary, that you now need to call Jo Rand to present her notice of motion.
Thank you. I call Jo Rand.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of Conference, Jo Rand, Sheffield District. Conference, language matters. The language that we use shows the assumptions that we're making, and it also, in turn, shapes us. It shapes our thoughts and our attitudes. It has power to give people dignity and power to deny that dignity. The language of this report is not good enough. None of us should be considering using the terminology of commit suicide. And I'm afraid that the little tweak on the order paper doesn't fix this report, because the language is a symptom of deeper issues. It shows that there are people missing from the table. There are voices that should have been heard from the beginning of this work to shape it, to identify the concerns that needed to be addressed. There are too many important areas that have been overlooked. This report feels technical rather than pastoral. Several people have now told me that they cried as they read it and struggled to finish it. Assisted dying is a real-life issue with real people impacted. We all know, or have known, people with terminal illnesses or degenerative disease or living with unbearable pain. Perhaps you have known people who have chosen to end their life. I certainly have. And this has included someone with terminal illness and someone whose illness was mental anguish and despair. Assisted dying is a complex, nuanced question with no obvious right answer. And if we dare to speak of it, we must do so with the greatest care and pastoral awareness. The 1974 statement may have passed its best before date, but even that still doesn't ever use the term suicide, let alone commit suicide. And if we must use the term suicide at all, and this report uses that word 71 times, there should be a section of the report carefully discussing the sensitivities of language and explaining why we do not speak of committing suicide. I understand the desire for this work to be done quickly, but we should not be rushing it. It is too important. The working group first met in December, and I believe the report was produced by the end of March, too late to be seen by the JDS Committee, Faith and Order, or Law and Polity. If it had that scrutiny, I do not believe it would have come to the conference this year. JDS were not even represented on the working group, and I find this astonishing for a subject of such significant implications for justice, and which has the question of the dignity and value of human life at its heart. On Saturday, the Reverend Dr. Tessa Henry Robinson gave the Mary Bosanquet lecture. She spoke of overlooked voices. She said, every act of recognition or failure of recognition shapes the future of the church. This report does not shape us well. It does not resource the church to speak well. It is not a good basis from which to produce pastoral resources. It has not included a wide enough range of lived experience. And I am worried too about what the media will make of it. For these reasons, I think we need to be clear that we cannot receive this report and we need to try again. And if we don't have a better report, I really think we do need to be having a wide-ranging consultation to be able to hear the right voices. And as the Conference Scrutiny Subcommittee says, that has significant resourcing implications. If we can produce a better report, I think perhaps we don't necessarily need that wider consultation. You have the proposed amendments before you on the paper. I move Notice of Motion 101.
Thank you. Seconders reserving. So in which case I see a number of speakers. Thank you. And if you could be preparing yourselves, that'd be great.
Mr. President, members of conference, Lydia Harrison, Yorkshire North and East District, and also the Disability Solidarity Circle. I feel that not only does the report not engage in enough present-day debate, the only disabled people's voices or opinions are from disabled peers in public debate. This is not adequate engagement with the real issues facing people in general, but especially disabled people called Methodists. I am glad that this notice of motion deals with the language that indeed made me cry and broke my heart. This report is not the church that I would like to be part of. I also would like to draw your attention to the fact that in lockdown, when I was working as a support worker for people with learning difficulties and other disabilities, that they had in COVID, when they were in hospital, added to their records, their medical records, DNR, without their knowledge, without their consent. And I do not want this to happen with assisted dying. we need to take this seriously in a way that this report fails to.
Just remind people that it's not usually our practice to applaud during our conferring. Thank you.
Mr. President, members of conference, Tom Hart, North West England District. Joe and David, a personal thank you for bringing this notice of motion to the floor of the conference. I have had mental health first aid training, and the first thing that I remember being told is commit suicide is not the correct phrase. I am worried that a report has come from a group of people that have used this language, and I am as a not trained mental health professional in any stretch of the imagination, know that that term is not used. It's an unhelpful term. On such a pastorally sensitive report, I believe this is a blatant error, and there are clear omissions, which I believe is wholly unacceptable that it has come to the conference in this state. For me, it shows that the wrong people were in the rooms and the right people weren't in the rooms when this work was being done. I really think it shows that this has been brought back after a year and not after the 3 years permitted. I also note the Scrutiny Subcommittee's comments that it suggests that if the work was redone, then the same general conclusions would be drawn. How do we know that if the work hasn't been done properly in the first place? To me, that shows a misunderstanding of how conference should make our decisions. We should make well-informed decisions on work that has been done well. How do we know, and how does the Scrutiny Subcommittee know that would, if this work was redone, that the same conclusions would be drawn? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, members of conference, Nicola Briggs, Nottingham and Derby District. I wanted to start by thanking the group for Report 35, but I cannot. This has been the hardest conference report I have ever read. For over half my life, I have been registered disabled. On one occasion, a consultant said to me, "Mrs. Briggs, you may be 37, but you have to accept you have the back of an 87-year-old. Hard words to hear and process. With intense pain 24/7, there have been times when I have cried out that I want to end it all. In this case, I would qualify for assisted dying, but I have come to realise this thorn in my flesh is not being removed, and God's grace is sufficient for me. And God's power is made perfect in weakness as I serve as a superintendent minister and synod secretary, as a parent, as a wife, as a friend. I may be weak, I may be in intense pain, but I do not need to read a report about me, not with me, or with others with disabilities, and I therefore ask you to support this notice of motion.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Joanne Cox-Darling, Chair of the Mission Committee. On the 6th of April 2025, the Reverend Novette Headley and I, in our then respective district roles, signed a letter in solidarity with women of different faiths, an open letter published in the national press voicing concerns over the legislation for assisted dying. It was published by the think tank Theos. In it named concerns over the lack of safeguards to protect the most marginalised in society, women, especially those subjected to gender-based violence or abuse by a partner, those from non-white British backgrounds who already find their agency in clinical settings compromised. The letter stated, in a society riven with inequalities, women who are from black and minority communities, the disabled, migrants, the working class women, and those who struggle to be heard, their voices remain absent in conversations about this bill. And I arrive to conference and see the same thing repeated. So in future work, can deeper attention be paid to the voices of women from scholars, from womanist and liberation perspectives? And can our reports use our justice-seeking principles and practices to aid our conferring?
Thank you.
So I'm Jonathan, and I'm the Church of England rep. Before I was ordained, I ran care homes for people with learning disabilities, and we had a resident called Albert, who was about 60. He wasn't verbal. He was an absolutely great man. And one day he got ill, and he got very ill, and in the end he was in hospital, and in the end he was in the ITU. And we were all really concerned. And the hospital got in touch with the home to talk about Albert. But instead of a plan to bring him back to health, the doctor wanted to talk about how he'd had a good life. Why not let things take their course, withdraw care? It's for his best. Here's the thing. We knew that if Albert wasn't disabled, we wouldn't have had that conversation in the first place. It would not have happened. The home were his advocates, and we just said, no. We had to battle the doctors, and we staffed his care from the home until he was better, and he then had, another 6 years of life. What's my point? We can all have these processes round assisted dying, but we have to recognise that there will be people who won't get in the process in the first place. Albert wouldn't have even been at the table, to use a phrase. We have to be aware of all those hidden beyond the margins and outside the processes. Because people have, and they will continue to be missed. Lydia, you were right. DNRs were way too common. Those are people who can't even get in the process in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, members of the conference, Jackie Belfield from North West England District. I rise in part to support this notice of motion. Not because of the content of assisted dying. This time last year I asked for a swiftness in response, not to leave it for 3 years but have something sooner. But as we turn to the report, I think we need to look further about death and dying in our communities. It was 11 years ago that we had the report in 2015, which led to information on our website about death and dying. But the change of landscape that we find in our communities is wide. There's profound transformation, societal changes in attitude about death, aging population, widening health inequalities, the medical examiner system death of place and choice, yes, assisted dying, but also, could I say, the rise in direct cremation. The latter, 20% of cremations nowadays are direct cremation. There is a growing pastoral need of families excluded from the unresolved loss, the gap of wishes of deceased and those who are left behind. How might we, the Church, work to change the perceptions of death and funerals among the general public and funeral directors? I didn't know where else to bring this except now. I am so fearful of a world prompted by a TV advert in between Bargain Hunt and The Chase, which gives an impression that people are a burden. They're a burden in life and potentially a burden in death. There are a whole host of theological, spiritual, pastoral, practical, and ethical responses which needs further thought. That's why I attach this here. How can we, as a people of Christian hope, speak God's hope into these situations and to those left behind? Perhaps an alternative TV advert from Churches Together may speak into this. More pastoral resources, and perhaps we need to fund the Methodist Church, the hospice movement, perhaps even a Methodist hospice.
Thank you. Just gently going to say two things. I see the speakers sat. I see a first-time speaker, thank you. We'll have these speakers, and then we'll finish this conversation, thank you. Gently reminded that we are focusing on the notice of motion and not opening up the full content of the report at this time. Thank you.
Mr. President, members of conference, John Miller from the JDS Committee, Concerns of EDI. I rise to support this notice of motion not simply because I am a person with a neurodevelopmental disability, parent of children with a neurodevelopmental disability, or the sibling of a brother who died by suicide, but simply because we had a process to help us not have to have this conversation here and now. The Equality Impact Assessment tool is there to ensure that if any particular groups are going to be impacted by the work that we do, we will first of all consider them and bring them into the conversation. And I encourage us to support this notice of motion because of that.
Thank you. Thank you. First-time speaker, please.
John Shinkwin from the Ecumenical Patriarchate of the Orthodox Church from the Archdiocese of Theatre in Great Britain. First of all, thank you very much for having me with you. In reference to this motion and matters that you'll discuss further, I just draw to your attention, to the attention of conference, the open letter of the Eastern Christian bishops that was shared and published back in September last year. I won't go on at any length, but I warmly recommend it to you as something to consider as you reflect on this topic and on this report. And we'll just read a few brief statements from it. The bishop said, "This is the moment when the United Kingdom decides whether we hold every human life, every human being to be valuable, or whether we decide that some lives are not worth living." And they go on to refer to various points that have been raised in relation to other countries that have introduced similar legislation, saying, "We already know the effect of similar legislation in other countries. In Canada, only 9 years since medical assistance in dying or MAID was introduced, the requirement for death to be reasonably foreseeable has been dropped. And from 2027, next year, assisted suicide will be allowed on the grounds of mental illness alone, with similar changes in Oregon." So I warmly commend to you the letter of the Eastern Christian bishops, which includes those of the Orthodox Church, those of the Oriental Orthodox Church, the Church of the East, and the Eastern Catholic Churches altogether. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
Mr. President, Charity M, London District. I want to stand to support this notice of motion. As you can see, I'm a black woman coming from a black country where we don't actually consider our parents or our relatives to assist them to die. We look after them until the end. So some of us whose voices are not at the table, we want to be included, and we want our voices heard, and we want to be listened to, but not just, this morning we spoke about who are at the table, who are believed. So we want us also to be believed. When you make these decisions, consider our feelings, consider how we feel about some of the things that are just agreed. Some of us are accustomed to not having extended families to look after your elders, but we have come to countries where we look after our elders to the end. So I want us to consider very carefully, and let us learn slowly to come to that place where we can accept that it is okay to actually say, let my mom go. At the moment, I'm not there yet.
Thank you.
Sarah Lowe, mission partner in the Methodist Church, Caribbean and Americas. I stand here in reference to a previous career. In the 1980s, I was an oncology nurse, lecturer in death and dying, an opportunity to work with Dame Cecily Saunders, who introduced the hospice movement, and did research around how we actually taught death and dying to nurses and doctors, and implemented that research in various universities. I am saddened by this report. I appreciate those who committed themselves to writing it and to doing the work, gave their all to it, and I respect that. But I feel I am reading something from the past, that we have not matured as a church in this conversation. And therefore I would support the motion of notice, because I feel there is a depth, a tension, issues around language that have been made that we have not yet begun to encounter fully. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Mr. President, members of conference, Steve Ingrell, Isle of Man District. I speak to support this notice of motion, as others before me have clearly articulated far better than I could the need for a great amount of sensitivity and care and time to be given to do this report well. However, from my immediate local context as a minister in the Isle of Man, I simply seek reassurance that should this notice of motion be accepted, would we be able to retain the resolution 35.6 in the original report? Because in the context of the Isle of Man, sadly, the day is going to come sooner rather than later that such prayers and liturgical resources will need to be called upon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Sue Marshall-Jennings, representing Scotland. I had no intention of speaking at this conference, but this has made me really realise that there are lots more sides to the story than we might think. I would ask, how can we be a church that holds a view of life after death, a view of resurrection, a review of what's on the other side? Yes, this debate talks a lot about the physical side, the emotional side of assisted dying. I would ask you what is the alternative? Suicide? As the mother of a 46-year-old daughter, who made the decision to take her own life just last October, having 4 children of her own, a loving husband, great job. She felt compelled to do this. Now, she wouldn't have been on a list for any assisted dying or any support. She wasn't up for palliative care. I would just say people with disabilities should not and do not need to feel pressured by thinking about assisted dying. I would like very much if we could do as much as possible to destigmatise suicide.
Mr President, members of conference, Karen Beecham, Northampton District, and member of the scrutiny subgroup. I rose because nobody else was saying this, although somebody else just has, to say that decisions are being made in governments and legislation is coming, and we will need the resources that are being spoken of in 35.6, regardless of our view of this. We are going to need these resources for those in our care, and I would strongly urge that we do that.
Thank you. Seconder David.
Mr President, members of conference, David Browns, Newcastle upon Tyne District, seconder of this notice of motion, but head of training and development for a suicide prevention charity, which is my whole reason for standing towards this notice of motion. I think there has been well highlighted the huge amount of learned understanding or professional experience that has potentially underpinned this report. What's been highlighted in the discussion that we've now had in conference is the lack potentially of that lived experience or personal experience and the nuances of that. When looking at the different options of what we could bring in this notice of motion, we were limited in what they were. The one thing we were certain of was that we didn't want this report to be a report of the conference that we endorsed in the way that it was written. And therefore, with the limits we had in the language that we had, was to therefore refer it back for further work, not to put undue pressure on the broader connection, not to put undue pressure on synods or districts, not to put undue pressure on the connectional team, but to look at a revised working group with additional support, with those nuanced voices, with those minority experiences, to come with a much more reasoned and well-rounded report from which we can then do that work. I hear the points around 35.6. I don't think we as a conference need to dictate the need for resources to be created, and I'm sure those resources could be taken without 35.6, because by the terms of the notice of motion, we wouldn't be able to bring that.
Secretary of Conference, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr President. And on behalf of the working group which I convened, I resist this notice of motion. The Working Party notes the concern. It has admitted and apologised for the fact that the language is nothing like as careful as it should have been, and that we failed in scrutiny. We admit that. However, I think it's important that the conference notes that the group did what it was asked to do. It reviewed the Church's position on assisted dying. This is not a report that was supposed to be about some of the issues that have been brought in this debate. Conference is a representative body. The report's written to resource the decision. It's not intended to be a piece of work on its own that we would adopt. The working group was never intended to be representative. To have a truly representative group would have to be much larger, include, as we've heard, not just those of lived experience of disability, but of terminal illness, those with views for and against the legislation. To do it properly would need focus group work, not just adding members to a new working group. Therefore, I think we need to resist this being sent back for further work and be able to vote on the resolutions that will enable the Church to take forward its work in this area.
Thank you. Joe.
I want to thank those of you who have shared so movingly your stories and your experience. These are the voices that we have missed in the production of this report. And I'm afraid I don't agree that we have a report that has done what has been asked of it. As I included in the text of the notice of motion. Last year, conference was asked, what was asked was, it is important that the church is resourced to speak with authority on this topic and that a wide range of perspectives and expertise are needed to support this. And I don't think we have had the range of perspectives that we need. So I urge you to support this notice of motion to seek further work to include those voices. Thank you.
Yes. Do I think, therefore, you need to move the resolutions of the notice of motion? Thank you.
I move notice of motion 101.
Thank you. By a show of hands. All in favour? Thank you. Those against? That is carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And can I echo Joanne's thanks to all those who have contributed to that conversation and shared their stories. It has not been a comfortable time, and I remind the conference that there are chaplains available if anybody needs to speak to them. What I need now to do, Mr. President, is to move 35/1 as amended. That the conference refers the report back to the Secretary of the Conference, requesting that in consultation with the Faith and Order Committee and the Justice, Dignity and Solidarity Committee, a revised working group be formed to include a broader range of voices and lived experience, and a report addressing the concerns identified be brought to the conference by 2028.
So these are the amended resolutions as in the notice of motion. Conference agreed?
Agreed.
We have heard, Mr. President, already some of the concerns around 35.2 and 35.3. I don't think we are going to be able to dispose of those quickly, nor would it be right to do so. I therefore think if we can park 35.2 and 35.3 for the moment and try to come back to them after the tea break.
By all means. Thank you. I think a prayer is in order, is it not? Let's pray. Jesus Christ, Lord of life and death and resurrection, of living and dying and rising, of mortality and eternity. Blessed to us our conferring. Be in our speaking and our listening, our thinking and our feeling. In your name we pray. Amen. I'm calling Joe, aren't I? Joe Hibbard, thank you. Reparative Justice Workshops. Thank you, Joe. Oh, and Hartwell. Sorry to forget you.
Mr. President, members of conference, Hart Munduru, Director of Inclusion, Connectional Team.
And Joe Hibbard, Director of Engagement for the Connectional Team.
So the aim of this workshop is to explore how the Methodist Church should respond to its entanglement with the enslavement of African people within the 18th and 19th century. This is part of our ongoing work to respond to the memorial brought before conference in 2021. Today, we affirm that we are called to be an inclusive, justice-seeking church. For many of us, this is going to be an uncomfortable conversation. Therefore, to hold the truth that the church that we love was complicit in the trafficking of African people who were forced into brutal labor on plantations in the Caribbean and subjected to violence, degradation, and untimely death. In 2021, conference also recognized that this history is not just a matter of the past. It is a matter of justice today. The financial benefits of the church, the financial benefits that the church received and the legacies of the attitudes that developed have shaped who we are and continue to fuel racism and discrimination in our time. This subject would no doubt stir strong emotion. Therefore, before we begin, I invite us to take a moment to reflect and then to join in prayer for the Holy Spirit's presence and guidance this afternoon. Mr. President, may I invite you to lead us in prayer?
Of course, thank you. And a prayer from the Methodist Prayer Handbook for today. Generous God, your grace takes the tangled threads of our lives and weaves them into stories of beauty and hope. In the silence of our hearts, you create space for grace, a sanctuary where your love can make all things new. May our lives echo your redemptive love. Keep us rooted in you and guide us ever closer to your heart. Amen.
Amen. Now, before we move into the main work of our time together, I want to name the complicity and the pain that can come with this conversation. Some of you may need to step back at points. That's okay. The views in this room will be varied and deeply held. We want to be honest about our church's history. Truth-seeking and truth-telling are essential, but they can be painful, especially for a church that is proud that John Wesley's last letter encouraging Wilberforce in his campaign against the trade in enslaved African people. The language of the past was designed to dehumanize, the actions were violent, words that some of us have grown comfortable with, may be deeply offensive to other people. Please try to assume good intent. We have adopted language preferences for our internal communications as a team that seek to model the best practice. An example would be using the term enslaved African people instead of slaves. But we are all still learning. Mistakes will happen, but we want people to participate openly and transparently, not to be silenced by the fear of getting things wrong. We know that this content can be often very heavy and trauma is unexpected. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, but additional support is available for anyone seeking a conversation, support, or prayer related to this session on reparative justice. In addition to the chaplains that we have on site, we have 2 additional chaplains that will wave their hands in a second. Deacon Margaret and Reverend Vincent to the right. Your left. Will be available in the conference hall during the sessions on reparative justice. They'll be in the gallery today during the afternoon breaks, and they'll be around tomorrow afternoon. They can be contacted on the details you can see on the screens behind me. These details are also available at the registration desk. This slide behind me illustrates the basis on which we encourage you to seek to engage us this afternoon. Active listening, willing to learn, views and feelings, making space, ensuring that not one voice dominates the conversation. And for me, the last 2 are really important. Being able to look after yourself, recognize your own emotions as you're having this conversation. and be willing to engage in the pastoral support that has been provided for you. This is an approach that you may recognize from safeguarding training. It's one that prioritizes engagement and active, respectful listening, sharing, combined with self-care. The conversation before highlighted that language is very, very important. So try to be mindful about the language that you're using. But during this conversation, recognize that you may use terminology that you've grown up with. I myself grew up with the terminology, the slave trade. I've had to unlearn that as part of my work. So be open to missteps and phraseology as we navigate this sensitive topic together. As we come to instructions about how to participate in today's workshop, we will share different ways that you can engage with the material so that you can make choices that care for your own well-being. I urge you, please look after yourselves and look after one another. This may be a difficult session. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Joe.
Thank you. In response to the memorial M22, the slave trade, in 2021, Conference asked for work to be done which considered the extent to which Methodist churches might have benefited, directly or indirectly, from the transatlantic traffic in enslaved African people, explored and recommended the full breadth of reparations required for the injustices suffered by enslaved people, considered the scope of any public statements, including an associated apology, and explored the need for further education and training on the relationship between contemporary racism, identity, colonialism, and the transatlantic traffic in enslaved people. The response to the memorial did not leave open the question of whether the Church should take reparative actions in relation to its entanglement with enslavement of African people, but rather that we should establish and confess the degree of the Church's complicity and propose what should be done in response. The aim of this workshop time is to build on the ongoing work to respond to the memorial of 2021. The workshop will draw on materials provided to you in advance with the agenda, particularly the vignettes from recent research about Methodist involvement in the transatlantic traffic, and help us to consider together the principles on which our response should be based. But why, you may be asking yourself, does this matter at all? Here are a few voices from around the connection expressing their personal opinion on why this work matters to them, should matter to the Church, and should matter at this time.
Reparative justice to me matters because I absolutely believe that it is the work of addressing the enduring harm of the transatlantic enslavement and doing that through truth-telling, through restoration and the rebuilding of life. That for me centers it. Understanding that with that comes the beginning of it all being acknowledgement of the harm that this caused and the honest naming of the enslavement of the African peoples. And as an African myself, who has been formed by some of the very painful history of enslavement and the theft of dignity and the struggles that we continue to have with identity and the ways this historic atrocity continues to shape our lives and continues to inform our structures, in all sorts of ways.
There is a lot that can be said as to the extent to which our church is safe for people of my ethnicity. And therefore, should we proceed with reparative justice within this nation and across the nations of the black communities without looking inside as to what it means in our current context?
Reparative justice matters to me in my context because my parents came originally from Jamaica. They were invited by the British government to come and help rebuild the country after the Second World War. And when my father died several years ago, I really wanted to, I think everyone feels that same sort of call at that time of bereavement, that you want to find out about your family history, you want to research. So I thought I would use my sabbatical, which was coming up in a few months' time, and I would go and research my family history. And it was a good chance to go to Jamaica and visit relatives. When I got there, I realised that there were no records because slaves weren't seen as people. They were seen as objects. And in fact, my mother's family's surname is Vassal, which just means thing that belongs to somebody else. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, at the end of slavery, they actually changed their surname. So their surname became Edwards. And I have no idea, therefore, about anybody after that, before that. So for me personally, it's about that I was robbed. People like me were robbed of our history, of our stories.
All those years ago, in what ways did our ancestors, Methodists, benefit from the enslavement of African people, Asian people? If we're going to address racism today, we have to address lessons from past wrongs, including enslavement.
I'm sitting here in Edinburgh Methodist Church, City of Edinburgh Methodist Church, Nicholson Square. The congregation here were passionately abolitionists. That's part of this history. But the report will also tell us that there's more to our story than we've imagined or wanted to know. That there's a level at which we were complicit and there's a level at which we were entangled with. So, for example, the report will teach us that Wesley and other leading Methodists were a little slower than we thought they were, a little more cautious in their approach to, and that they were willing to receive support from those who were intimately involved in the slave trade. So we have to reimagine the story we've told about ourselves and what that might mean for us and others.
In the context in which I live and work, I live in Yorkshire. Yorkshire is, in a sense, joined to Lancashire in terms of the Industrial Revolution. The cotton industry in Lancashire, the woolen industries in Yorkshire. But actually, cotton was important to Yorkshire. We have chapels here up in Yorkshire that were built, as in Lancashire, on the basis of generosities of mill owners. Now, those mill owners were actually using resources that were coming from the plantations. So actually, we are worshipping in buildings that, while not directly involved in the trading of people, was directly benefiting from the enslavement of people, from their labour, their free labour, making the product we bought. So there's this kind of relationship, this thing that doesn't go away, this sense of, you know, what happened historically is still there in the buildings in which we worship today.
And so we have to realise that the enslavement of people actually affected every part of our society. It didn't just affect the fact that there were slaves in the Americas and then they weren't slaves. It's not like that. What happened was we used every tool at our disposal as society to say that that was okay. We used our theology, we used anthropology, we used economics, we used everything. And that means that all of those structures, all of those systems have to be dismantled or re-looked at in order for the enslavement, in order for there to be reparative justice. If we don't do that, it's just lip service. And I don't think God calls us to lip service. God calls us to be people of justice. And that means we have to take action. That means we have to do something.
So the church's involvement in reparative justice is also crucial because as an institution, it's able to acknowledge and then take action by not just doing reparations, but by showing that this is just the first step towards dismantling a much larger order that is unjust. That it's part of a much larger structural systemic issue that has been unjust for way too long. And so I think the church will have that voice to be able to communicate that to the world.
I feel that reparative justice is biblical. It is a biblical necessity, it is a theological necessity, and it is a contextual necessity. And therefore, I am passionate that this should be at the heart of our Christian discipleship and in our Christian learning. Again, as I read the Gospels again and again, throughout the scripture, we have a reparative lens. Unfortunately, we haven't used it because people who have been in the power used the way they read the Bible to suit their own conveniences, and they have excluded. And so now when Christians are engaging and speaking about, if we are really truthful to the gospel of Jesus Christ, we should engage with reparations. And reparations will only come by acknowledging our power and privilege and prejudice. And Christians have to recognize that, because in the name of religion, lines of exclusions were drawn. And we have historical evidences of how the Bible, which happens to be the holy text for us, has been used, misused, and abused in terms of excluding people.
Why is this important for us as Christians in general, not just Methodists? Because there is that call, isn't there, from God in the scriptures to be a justice-seeking people. That justice is something God is interested in, therefore it's something we are interested in.
So Christians have to be involved in reparations. Just the other day, the United Nations recognized it as the greatest crime against humanity. And I think that if we can't talk about that and recognize our participation in that, how will we be being faithful as Christian people? If we cannot face the sin of which we have been part historically, how can we truly be Christian people? That's why reparations matter.
So the church must maybe at this time therefore ask the questions, what does repentance look like at corporate level? What does repentance look like at our local church, in our local churches? What does it look like in our district? What does it look like in our meetings? And what does restoration therefore require of us? And not just symbolically, but materially and structurally.
We're now going to turn to a time for you to discuss. As you discuss, we would like to hear your feedback, which you can share in a variety of ways. You can use a digital form accessed via the QR code or the URL on screen. This will take you to the online form where you can share your feedback digitally in small groups or individually. We do have some paper forms if those are required, so please put up your hand during the discussion and we can hand you one. We're going to focus on these resources through basically small groups. However, you might prefer to reflect individually, away from a group, or you might prefer to use creative resources. To support this, we have made space available at the back of the hall, where you can remain in the space but use other materials. We've also provided space outside should you wish to leave the hall, and the stewards can direct you to quiet places to sit. And as you know, we have additional support from our chaplains. Please prioritise self-care in this workshop. We are keen to collect your feedback to shape the presentation of the update report tomorrow and the further work on this work in the coming year. But any publication of outputs will be anonymised, and no personal details are collected through your submissions unless you actively submit them. We're going to begin with an opportunity to discuss your responses to the historical stories of early Methodism's involvement in this traffic that was prepared by Dr. Clive Norris. You will have hopefully found these via the links on the agenda webpage, and the introduction to them is the very last page of Agenda Volume 3 of the conference agenda. Again, we have a small number of printed copies of these, which you can request by putting your hand up during the activity. And we also have printed copies of Wesley's tract, Thoughts on Slavery, extra copies of which we hope will be available at the Heritage stand, but it's only while stocks last. So how many you take now depends what are left. We're now going to get into groups of 4. Be forewarned, this is a practice for the peace consultation later in the weekend. So, starting in the middle, please can you pair up along your aisle, along the benches, and then at the end of the row you might have to be a 3, and then hopefully alternate rows can turn to face each other and make small groups of 4. So if you're on row A, C, E, G, or I, I'm going to ask you to turn round and pair with the table behind you. If you're B, D, F, H, or J, just stay put and be welcoming to the pair in front of you. And if you're right at the very back, you'll have to sort of work your way into a small group. And the people in the public gallery are very welcome to join in as well. So if you'd like to just organise yourselves a little bit. Oh. Thank you. We begin with 2 questions specifically about the stories. How did reading about our enslavement history make you feel? And where did your thoughts go in the contemporary world? co-created with our African and Caribbean partners. Today, we are inviting the conference to consider the principles undergirding those actions rather than the actions themselves, based on the principles for justice previously adopted by the Church, which you can see on the screen and on your sheets. Sorry to interrupt you, I just wanted to make sure that you'd pick that up. Thank you.
have all the time that we would like to continue the conversation, and I'm sure this conversation will go on into our break time. If you may, please turn your chairs around. Thank you.
If you have found any of this time troubling, please do seek out the support of our chaplains. I would remind you that Margaret and Vincent, along with our colleagues in the chaplaincy team, are very happy to help, and they can be found currently over to my left.
Thank you. Thank you for your encouragement, contributions, and respectful listening.
Perhaps conference would come to order for our speakers, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm afraid we do not have time for a plenary. However, we want to collect all your responses to all the questions. By the sounds of things, when I was going around, you probably only did 1 or 2 questions initially, and there's still lots that you want to feed back on. We are genuinely deeply interested in your responses to reading about the depth and the breadth of Methodism and its complicity in the traffic of enslaved African people. We will aim to include your headline recommendations on any principles for action in the presentation of the update report to conference tomorrow. The original plan was to report to conference for 2026, but we have needed to make more time to ensure that our work pays full attention to the work that is being undertaken by our global partners in the Methodist Church in the Caribbean and the Americas, and the Methodist churches in West Africa. Of course, it is of vital importance that we hear your voices of the conference and the wider connection in Britain, and we're grateful that you are engaging in this workshop to support that aim. There will be further opportunities of engagement in the ongoing work to develop reparative actions in 26-27, which will include conversations convened locally by the Connectional team and an encouragement to engage in local history, detective work to explore the complicity of your church and community in Methodism's entanglement in enslavement. Please do let us know if you're interested in engaging in any of these ways. Training is available via the Learning Network. And for anyone hoping to show the film After the Flood, we will be online to support that. We'll make sure that there's space to feedback online and on the MCB website under reparative justice. After this session, the Connectional team supporting this work, Joe, myself, my colleague Hannah, Andy, will be available at the Heritage stand if you'd like to come and see us to share further on your reflections and suggestions. Now, such a sensitive topic requires us to close in prayer. I'm going to invite Reverend Dr. Sonia Hicks, Chair of the Connectional Council, to sum up our hour together and lead us in a final prayer. Thank you.
Siblings, let us pray. Holy God, who holds each person lovingly, regardless of background or protected characteristic, we mourn the willful destruction of stories, families, and lives of those who were taken from one continent to another simply for economic gain for Europeans. We mourn the violence these enslaved people endured. Forgive this conference and preceding conferences for our part and our collusion in this heinous act. Enable us, O God, to journey towards real repentance in the act of reparative justice, where we recognise the worth and value of all people, now and always. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray, and in the power of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Joan Hartwell, thank you for the work that you represent for us and for the way thoughtfully and carefully you have led us to engage with our story and what reparative justice might mean for us as Methodists. My apologies that we didn't quite have the time that we intended to have for you. But thank you ever so much. We've arrived at tea break. Conference is adjourned until 16:45. Thank you.
Conference, please be seated. Call the Assistant Secretary of the Conference.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Just a reminder that when you're coming to the podium at this side, please don't walk in front of the signers who are seated there. Please walk behind them. Thank you.
Call Rosemary Clark for the Daily Record.
Madam Vice President, members of the Conference, I present the Daily Record for the presbyteral session of the Conference, which met on Thursday and Friday the 25th and 26th of June, with one correction. At page 8, please add 2/20/5. The Conference, by a standing vote, adopted Resolution 47/2. With that correction, I propose that the Daily Record for the 25th and 26th of June be adopted.
Conference agreed.
I also present the written portion of the record for the presbyteral session of the Conference, which the two attestors appointed by the presbyteral session have seen and are content with. I seek permission to present it in headings only.
Permission granted.
We received a report from the Appeals Committee constituted under Standing Order 251. We noted those candidates for ordained ministry who were not recommended. We received the report of a reinstatement committee, and we received a report on behalf of the conveners of connectional discipline, pastoral and appeals committees. I propose that the written portion of the presbyteral session of this conference be adopted.
Conference agreed. Thank you.
And I present the Daily Record for the representative session of the conference for Saturday and Sunday, the 27th and 28th of June 2026. I have a correction. If we can make item 315, 316, and item 316, 315. And with that correction, I propose it be adopted.
Conference agreed. Thank you very much. And well done to the eagle-eyed. And so we move to the 3Gen report, and I would like to call the Youth President, Genesis Padgett. And the Youth Rep.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice President. Genesis Padgett, Youth President.
Hugo Hildred, 3Generate Youth Assembly Representative.
This report, which I'm sure you've all read thoroughly and will have many questions on, is more than just a list of statistics. Yes, there were over 1,700 children and youth at 3Generate, but remember, that is not just a number. It is a voice of children and youth calling out for the youth reps and myself to hear. Over the past year, through 3Generate, district events, youth groups, girls' brigades, local consultations and other visits, children and youth has told us what matters to them. And what they have said is both challenging yet really encouraging.
Firstly, young people want faith. One of the strongest messages that we have heard is that children and young people want to know God more deeply. They really want to understand the Bible better. They want opportunities to ask the deep questions, wrestle with Scripture, and enjoy faith in meaningful ways. Young people have made comments such as, "We want to read the Bible more," or "We want more Bible studies." Our children and young people are asking us to help them go deeper into their faith and understanding. Isn't that amazing? Again and again, we have heard about the importance of community. Young people have spoken about friendships, youth groups, more events and more gatherings with other young people. Our young people want belonging. Sometimes belonging looks simple. It looks like sharing a meal together, sharing a table with someone new when you have coffee after the service. It looks like beanbags, asking questions, and really noticing your children and your churches. So many of you might say, I know the young people in my church, but how often do you speak to them? How often do you really value them as people rather than treat them as the tokenistic young people in your church? Fellowship has often become about catching up with gossip on old friends rather than meeting up with new people. Young people want to feel like someone is glad that they came. They want to go somewhere where they are known by name and can build genuine relationships with people of their own age and all ages in their communities. Young people have told us that they want to lead worship, play in a church band, read in services, lead prayers, contribute ideas, take responsibility, and help to share the message. Young people don't want to wait their turn to lead the church of tomorrow, but they are interested in being part of the church today, right now, not in a way to flaunt that we have young people, but to allow the opportunity to deepen their knowledge, build their skills, and really understand the church and faith. This looks different for all young people, but what we have heard is that they all want opportunities to serve.
Now, the good news is that many young people already experience our churches as welcoming places. I've heard feedback from children and young people who speak warmly about their churches and warmly about their church leaders who listen, with congregations that do care, and communities where they truly can be themselves. And over my past year, I've been so glad to hear this. But there is still more to do. This report invited us to listen carefully, to create spaces where young people can really explore Scripture, to invest in local gatherings and communities which are accessible for young people to be involved and where they know they belong. All the voices that we hear are hopeful voices, asking to learn, asking to serve, asking to belong. They are asking to be part of God's church. My prayer is that we will not simply just hear the voices that we have shared, but that we will respond to them as well. If you haven't already, please do read this report. Please share it with your local congregations and your local communities. Pass this on to anyone who you believe can make a difference, and allow our young people to feel like they truly belong. The only way that our churches can truly make this difference is by knowledge. The only way people are going to have knowledge is if we share as well. So I now move Resolution 16/1.
We're speaking to 16.1.
Madam Vice President, members of Conference, Joanne Cox-Darling, Mission Committee Chair. A point of information for Conference that 3Generate sits within an overarching strategy to support churches, circuits and districts in their work of evangelism and discipleship with, to and for children and young people. The voice of children and young people is a prophetic one to our church and one that we need to tune into, to hear and to amplify. The strategy is part of the discipleship team in the evangelism and growth team, encouraging the full participation of all generations in the life of the church. This year, the delivery of 3Generate was, for the first time, overseen by the evangelism and growth team. The Mission Committee looks forward to further reflections on this intentional move for delivery in this year's event and into the future. And we also look forward to the ongoing development of the Children's, Young People's and Families framework and strategy as part of our discipleship for life.
Thank you.
I was raised by my grandma, and occasionally in my later years, I am Lydia Harrison, Yorkshire North and East, of course. That's where we start. Sorry. I am concerned at times that I am turning into my grandma, and this is one of those occasions where her words may fall out of my mouth. It was more than 20 years ago, back in the day, when I was a member of the youth conference, and those were some of my best years as a young person and have formed and shaped me in ways that if you want to talk to me about afterwards, please do. Children and young people are a treasure, just as they are. They are loved deeply by God and by us. They are also a treasure and a gift to us. We need to commit to listening to them and allowing them to inform all of our church life. So that's my challenge to you. My question in this report is, we had a lovely day on Saturday, celebrating the Vice President and President of Conference. I am worried that we do not celebrate the young people to quite the same degree in recognising our youth president. And I would like the connection to think about ways in this could be done, even if it is a thing at 3 Generate a month after the role starts. The report contains brilliant questions that are being asked of our children and young people, and we need to do also the same of the wider church to allow us all to think about our discipleship. Also, I've been going to 3 Gen as a team member now for 5 years. I was reluctant at first, but I've come to consider it part of my discipleship too. It's an opportunity to learn how to be church, so do go along. It is transformative and will transform your church too.
Thank you.
Madam Vice President, Hannah Bevan, Bristol District. While I was glad to hear the good news in the report, I just wanted to flag up those children and young people who, as we've said today, are not at this table. Those who are the only child or one of a small handful in their church, who find they can't attend 3 Generate because there's only one adult willing to take them, or because they don't want to go with mum and dad, or by themselves. And ask that we continue to support those that are isolated, who aren't connected and aren't being heard in this report because they just don't meet people to share their opinions. Our children and young people who are being fed purely at home spiritually, or are being fed by our ecumenical partners at midweek kids groups, rather than in Methodist house groups, kids clubs, and on Sunday morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, another speaker.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, John Miller, JDS Concerns for EDI. As my first point has already just been taken, I'm firmly supporting that. I just wanted to say that as well as those young people who are in much, much smaller youth groups or just 1 or 2 people at home, I wonder whether we are doing anything to hear the voices of those young people who, in an era of Forest Church, Forest School, where young people feel very uncomfortable in buildings and enclosed spaces, what are we doing in order to gather those young people and hear those voices? Thank you.
Thank you. Genesis, to respond.
Thank you all for your comments, and Joe, thank you for sharing. You could have done this instead of me. It's all great. Lydia as well, thank you for sharing. 20 years ago, I was just being born, if that helps. So there you are. And absolutely true, children and youth are a treasure and a gift, and I do encourage everyone here to commit to listening to them. My role is to listen and pass on the voice of children and youth, but cut out the middleman. You've all seen youth in your churches, in your districts. Speak to them yourselves. They don't bite often. And I believe we do celebrate children and youth in quite a good degree, but 3 Generate isn't about the youth president or about Parlour. It's about the individual lives of the children who are going. And 3 Generate is about the individual discipleship and journey of faith. This year, the theme is On the Way. Last year, the theme was Journey of a Lifetime, as I'm sure you've all read in your report. And for the children who can't go to 3 Generate for whatever reason, We are aware of that, and at the moment there is a resource being made, an on the way journal. I think you've all seen it somewhere, or some of you have bought it from the books down there. There is a junior and senior youth version of that being made at the moment for those who go to 3Gen to get, but also those who are unable to go will also receive these books. To really help 3Gen be that journey across the year for those who do go, but also to allow 3Generate for those who don't go. I am 100% willing, and I'm sure Grace, who's the next youth president, will be as well, to visit any event or any group where there are children and youth being there who are visiting or who have been there for ages. I don't just go to large youth groups or large youth events. Some of my favourite memories this past year have been going to groups where there are only 2 or 3 young people to really dive deep into their personal experiences. So if anyone does know of any smaller groups who you think aren't being heard or represented, come and speak to me at any point for the rest of this week, and I'll be really glad to hear from you and potentially book a visit as well. So I believe I've already moved the report.
Yes, the report's before you. 16.1 we're voting for. Is conference agreed? Would you like to move 16.2?
Oh. Again and again, children and young people have told us something simple yet powerful. They want to know the Bible more deeply. They aren't asking for just the easy answers. They're asking for space to ask questions, explore Scripture, and discover God for themselves. This resolution really matters because that curiosity deserves to be nurtured. We already have excellent resources, but now we need to make sure that they're promoted well and that those working with children and young people are equipped to use them confidently, to use them in a way that is accessible for all. If we truly believe that children and young people are part of the church today, then we must invest in helping them engage with God's story. So I now move Resolution 16/2.
16/2, we've got one speaker here.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, Emily Barry, Prynhawn Da, Wales Synod Cymru, if you couldn't tell. And also representing Momentum Cymru, our district youth team. I firstly want to thank those involved for this report and who make our younger generations a priority, not just for the future, but for now as well. I do have a few questions about this report, however. I am a volunteer youth worker who works secularly 9 to 5, has preaching commitments, involved in the district youth team, amongst other hats that I put on throughout the week. I know that my journey is not unique. Many youth workers, both paid and volunteer, probably feel the same way, that unrelenting juggle. So with circuits and districts already stretched thin, I'm just wondering where we find the energy to do everything without the proper support in place. We need a strong foundation for our work to be effective, and that does start at the top. And when you say connectional resources are encouraged, please can we make sure that these resources can be used in both rural and urban settings for groups of 2 and 3, as well as groups of 20 to 30. And lastly, can we also ask for a database showing the unfiltered voices of the young people who fed back about what issues are important to them, locally and globally? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Genesis, would you like to respond? Thank you so much.
We're aware that people are stretched thin, and often more upon more work is asked upon you. I'm sharing what the children and youth have asked for. That is my entire job, is to share those voices. And this is what children and youth are shouting. This is what they're really, really asking for. So, in a way, this should really be the top of the priority of working with children and youth, is to really help them understand the Bible. So whether that means putting something slightly lower on the to-do list, I think this is the most important to put first. I'm sure the resources can be sorted to work with children in rural and urban groups, with the larger and smaller groups. And the resources on the well, I'm sure, are already there and being used by many people, and will be looked at being adapted for that, Emily. The database I write into on a type form, and that can be shared out with those who request. I can pass that on to you. Thank you.
Right, we have 16.2 before us. It's been moved. I think this is important. We'll show of hands, please. So those in favour, please show. Those against? Wonderful. Brilliant, thank you. That's well carried.
Hugo's going to next part.
Welcome, Hugo.
Within the three Generate reports from 2023, 2024 and 2025, as well as similar themes within earlier reports, it has been emphasised again and again that children and young people want to meet together across districts, across circuits and across smaller local areas on a more regular basis. We understand and celebrate the importance of larger events which children and young people can attend, such as 3 Generate or Cliff Festival. But young people have stated again and again that they want more frequent youth and children's gatherings, closer to them, where they can build relationships with their peers and with the adults that are supporting them. These would be supported by their districts and by their circuits or by local communities of churches to allow them to build connections and grow in faith. I now move Resolution 16/3. The conference encourages more frequent and local gatherings for children and young people within circuits and districts, which enable the development of faith formation and fellowship in the context of a large community. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 16.3 before us, and we have a first-time speaker, please.
Madam Vice President, Conference, Gracie Silk, the Nottingham and Derby District, and I'm very excited to be a first-time speaker too. I'm very thankful for this report and the resolution. We have heard that children and young people want and deserve to gather with other young Methodists. I know what a valuable impact this has had on my own faith journey. Finding community and belonging is one of the big reasons I'm here today. I would like to further urge the conference and those who will plan and organise these events to consider having young people not just showing up, but being involved from the planning to the delivery of these events. Because I believe that when this happens, 2 things happen. Children and young people have purpose. They're valued and they get to share their God-given gifts and talents, whether that's worship or planning and logistics or somewhere in between. And then we learn. The young people help us think of themes and values such as inclusion in a new and sometimes radical way. And then, in turn, we make events that young people learn, grow, and have a bit of fun too. I believe that this would further allow us to hear the voice of children and young people in our districts, circuits, and local communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Gracie. Another speaker.
Adam Stevenson, Scotland District. Madam President, members of conference, Janice and Hugo, can I just thank you for the report and the way that you've presented it today? And I encourage all people to take the 3 Generate report back to their circuits,
so that we can continue the important work of hearing the voice of our young people. If I can draw members of conference attention to page 44 of the draft of the stations, you will discover that the Scotland district only contains one circuit. The Scotland circuit is working very closely with the district to support the work of young people. We will send over 30 people to 3Generate in October through a considerable grant from the District Advance Fund. In September, we look forward and celebrate together as Methodists in Dundee from the 11th to the 13th of September, as we gather together as a district with a significant youth stream over those 3 days. I celebrate all of that work, which takes time and energy and financial resource. What I note is that the words local and larger are both relative and contextual. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is it Hugo or Genesis that's responding? Hugo. Yeah.
Thank you so much for those responses. It is so important that young people are involved in the planning of these events. That can look like so many different things if it's really young children or older teenagers. And just there's so many benefits, as Gracie said, to including them in the planning process. And it just makes the events so much more enjoyable for everybody. We do understand that different circuits and districts work in different ways, and sometimes if I say that a circuit is smaller than a district, that could look different for everybody. But just because we've said that they should meet together in circuits, that doesn't mean that it can't be communal areas that are closer in locality, whether it's all the churches in a certain village or town. Just working with different churches, whether that's churches that are together as urban churches or churches that are together as rural churches. There's lots of different ways to bring young people together, even if it's not working at a specific circuit or district level. So thank you so much.
So 16.3 is before us. Are you wanting to say some more? No? No? Can we show hands, please, again? Those in favour of 16.3? Thank you. And those against? That's clearly carried. Thank you so much.
And I just thank everyone for their support and enthusiasm on this. It's really encouraging to see from the front so many hands going up. Thank you.
Now, conference, do you know where we're going? We're going back to resolutions 35.2 and 35.3 on the assisted dying report as on the green Notice of Motion 101 paper. So you want the green Notice of Motion paper, and we're at 35/2, unless the Secretary tells me otherwise.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Jonathan Hustler, Secretary of the Conference, speaking in this capacity representing the working group. Dr. Vautry explained the reasons why 35.2 is before the conference, the proposal that we remove the status of statement from the 1974 statement on euthanasia. I have nothing more to add to that. So I move 35/2.
We do not have any speakers. Shall we show of hands, please? Those in favour? Thank you. And those against? That is carried.
In his introduction, Madam Vice President, Dr. Vautry said that the working group was not asking the Church to take any particular position. However, it has had an historic position of opposition to assisted dying. Given that the Notice of Motion has now referred the report back to the Working Party, it seems sensible for the conference to reaffirm that that is its current position. This does not fetter any future conversations or decisions that the conference may want to make. I therefore move 35.3 that the conference reaffirm its historic position historic opposition to assisted dying, noting that this does not place any restriction on resolutions that may be brought to the conference as part of future work.
Thank you. We have a speaker at this side. Do we not? No. We have a speaker at this side.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, members of conference. We have heard the impact that this work has. Oh, Anna Malnut, Connectional Council. We've heard the impact that this work is going to have on a wide range of people, and I don't in any way resist this, but we need to remember the impact this stance will have on some people who work in various places, in the places where the law is going to change quicker than it is in this country, but also the people working closely, so the hospital chaplains and the hospice chaplains who do phenomenal work on our behalf with very little support in many ways. And we need to be really conscious of how we care for those people, because we're really grateful for what they do for us.
Madam Vice President, I don't think I need to say anything more than thank you for those comments. I would also echo the fact that we are not now bringing 35.6 does not mean that we will not endeavour to resource those engaged in pastoral ministry in every way we can. 35.3 is before us.
Thank you. With that affirmation as well, that assurance. 35/3. Those in favour, please show, please. And those against? Thank you. That's clearly carried.
Thank you very much. And I wonder, Madam Vice President, if before we leave this, you might allow Mr. Callan Green to address the conference as a member of the Working Party.
I will, yes. Thank you.
Sam Cowling Green, Methodist Homes Chaplaincy, and a member of the Assisted Dying Group. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Having heard the significant emotion, courage and compassion with which many members of this conference have spoken, I want to acknowledge the significant hurt caused by the report which was put before conference, to say sorry and to honour the people who spoke earlier this afternoon. Joe was right. Language matters. No report on assisted dying can ask the Church to think carefully about the dignity and value of every human life if its own language diminishes the dignity of those whom it seeks to speak about. A report grounded in the conviction that every person is made in the image of God should never have used the language which the report put before conference by the working group did. We fell short of the standards that we would hold ourselves to and which conference has quite rightly held us to. And because of that, on behalf of the working group, I thank again all those who spoke and voted this afternoon and offer a sincere apology.
Thank you so much for that gracious apology. And now I would like to call Barbara Easton. We're on item 29.
Madam Vice President, Conference, good afternoon. Barbara Easton, South West Peninsula District, but speaking as the Chair of the Ministries Committee. And we bring to your attention then the work of the Ministries Committee in the report of the Council, which is in page 309 of your agenda. And we're looking first at section H, which is the general report. So you have before you the report of the Ministries Committee. It is, I would say, in itself quite a succinct report. To use a helpful picture, if not a slightly negative image, it shows only the tip of the iceberg of Ministries' work. Beneath it sit many hours of the committee's meetings and conversations. And beyond that, a huge amount of work by people in the ministry's team, as well as colleagues in the conference office and more widely. The work in this area is vast, and for this work, I thank my many paid and volunteer colleagues. It is also often woven together with other work, such that implementing the high-quality work on X is contingent on the developing work on Y. It's not always a straightforward road. So the report in front of you focuses on 9 of the key areas of work to which we have given significant attention during the year. Generally, these are pieces of work which have been requested by the conference. There's a number of big-ticket items in section H, the general report here, but others also following separately on the agenda. And there are also in this annual reports from the Queen's Foundation and Cliff College at points 5 and 6. You will note the work on reviewing with integrity and skill, the work associated with the stationing review and the ministerial development review, this work is all ongoing, with the intention that reports will be presented to the Council and also to the conference over the next year. So, for example, the conference agreed that a stationing review task group should be set up, and that group has met throughout the year, largely to scope and shape the work. I'd like to draw your attention to the parts of the report that represent changes to our current practice, particularly at point 3, which is a change in record keeping in the supervision policy, and the item on gifts policy for ministers, which will come to you in the Law and Polity Committee report. You will also note that because of the interconnectedness of a lot of this work of Ministries Committee, the very strong work done on processes relating to the stationing of mocks cannot yet be completed, but this will also return to the conference. And with that, I move Resolution 29.1 that the conference receive the report.
29.1 is before us. I don't see any speakers. Is conference agreed? Agreed. So we'll carry on with 29. I call Richard Armiger. Oh no, we don't need to do a memorial. There's a memorial called Jill Dascombe. Sorry, Jill. This is Memorial M3, delivery of online and offline training.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, Jill Dascombe, Chair of the Memorials Committee. I present Memorial M3 on page 690 of Volume 3 of the agenda, which has come from the Kidderminster and Stourport Circuit meeting and entitled Delivery of Online and Offline Training. This memorial alludes to the important training on matters such as safeguarding and EDI, which are required to be completed by those in various roles in church life. And it's particularly concerned about the difficulties of those who do not have access to the internet for the course itself, or even for booking onto an in-person course. So it calls for more availability of in-person training, easier methods of booking, and the equipping of local officers to provide this necessary training. The reply to this memorial is on page 690 and notes the need for both digital and in-person training in order to be truly inclusive. It also states that much of the provision the memorial calls for is already in place or is under development, but recognises that this may not always have been communicated well enough to circuits. So this memorial is a reminder for all of us either to make the information more available or to look for it more readily. The conference therefore refers the questions raised by this memorial to the Connectional Council to be considered as part of the wider work of the Connectional team. I move reply to M3.
M3 is before us. We have no speakers. Is conference agreed? Thank you. And now I call Richard Arminger.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, Richard Arminger, Head of Ministries and Learning, the Connectional team. We're turning now to section I, Ministerial Flourishing, that can be found on page 313 and to 316 of your agenda. Just a few words of introduction to this report. We're all aware of the ongoing concern around ministerial well-being, especially under the increasing pressures in what is and continues to be a rapidly changing context of ministry. In response to the 2025 conference, we committed to prioritising the well-being of all ministers and asked action to address high stress levels. In the report that's before you, you see evidence of the cost and impact of recuperative years. But alongside that, I'm also aware in a number of circuits of ongoing periods of sickness and long-term ill health. The Ministry Development Officer for Ministerial and Vocational Flourishing, Corinne Pilling, has been focusing on upstream interventions, supporting ministers before they reach crisis point, and complementing our existing wellbeing provision. The Connectional Council has received a ministerial flourishing strategy grounded in research and connectional listening, recognising that wellbeing is shaped by both systemic and personal factors. And as you'll see in the report, that includes a clear theory of change for sustainable long-term improvement, using evidence-based interventions, combining both structural change with individual support. You'll see in the report there's significant work's already taken place, including listening and consultations across districts, targeted pilot work in many areas, and evaluation of effective wellbeing interventions. And then you'll see the next steps around developing pilot schemes in a number of districts, developing appropriate connectional resources, strengthening the links with existing wellbeing support, and establishing reporting and oversight structures, as well as key performance indicators for this work. In essence, our hope is that this work moves us from responding to crisis towards proactive, sustainable flourishing within ministry in the life of the church, embedding well-being into the life and structures of our church. And so with that, I move Resolution 29.2. The conference receives the report.
Thank you so much. Are you speaking on this? Yes, we have a speaker at this side.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, Grace Caldwell, North West England. Thank you for this report, and thank you for what you've said about systemic changes and the need for those. But I noticed that in the section immediate future work, the majority of those actions relate to the individual. Resources to support well-being, coaching, bespoke digital resources, co-support groups, workshops, development of information sharing, and culture building such as newsletters. This seems to me to put the pressure on ministers already at risk of or close to burnout. I've been involved in both supporting those ministers and am one of those ministers. And there are many of us across the connection wondering, is this going to be another thing for us to deal with? Where are the report's expectations of systemic change?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, Joe Rand, Sheffield District. I also really want to welcome this work that is so important and, like Grace, have some questions about the immediate future work. I would like, if you're able to tell us any more about, it says a pilot scheme with 3 districts of actions identified. I'd really love to know more about what sort of actions have been identified.
Thank you. Is that another speaker? Yes, quickly. Yeah, thank you. If you're going to speak, please get to the front so that I don't miss you.
Sorry, Madam Vice President, I was hoping that my point was about to be made, so I didn't leave my chair.
Okay, that's brilliant, thank you.
John Miller, JDS, Concerns for EDI. I just wanted to thank the writers of this report. It is incredibly vital work. I would like to see some distinction between what it means for burnout for neurotypical and non-disabled ministers compared to what it is for neurodivergent ministers and people who are disabled, and the extra pressures which are put on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, would you like to respond? Thank you.
Thank you to Grace, Joe and John for your responses and reflections. I think I'd want to say, first of all, that we're very aware that there is further work needed on the systemic causes of these situations, and this is not least one of the areas that Connectional Council are paying attention to in the life of the church, and that will continue to be a focus for us in this work. There will absolutely be that balance as we take this work forward. And there is not the intention for this to be yet another thing. That's not the approach that Corin has taken in his role and in his listening, and that's the way we intend this work to move forward. But I do understand that feeling at this time. In terms of actions identified, the 3 circuits that are going to be part of the pilot are Lincolnshire, East Anglia and Sheffield, and Corin is in conversation with them about how that work is going to unfold. So this is very much a conversation and research-led piece of work, rather than saying, this is the issue, this is the situation, here's a solution. That's not the way this work is being followed up. So whilst I don't have the full details of that work, I know that Corin will be very happy to have follow-up conversations. He's had many, many conversations over the course of the last 18 months or so, and will be happy to do so. So apologies that I don't have the details of the other work, but there was a further report brought to Ministries Committee that will form part of our follow-up reporting at conference next year on that, and so that is available should you wish to either ask me after conference or at conference, and I can follow up for you. And then, John, thank you for that very helpful reflection. And again, just to assure you that that is part of Corin's consideration. This report is a very succinct report for a huge amount of work that has happened and is continuing to happen. So apologies that wasn't directly referenced in the information you have before you.
Thank you very much, Richard. We have 29/2 before us. Is conference agreed? So we move to section J.
So now on the following pages on your agenda, this is section J, pages 316 to 317, discernment for senior leadership. I want to say that section J highlights another step forward in how the church discerns and develops its senior leaders. Many of you will be aware that this work started back in Conference 2022, and the work has focused on identifying, nurturing, and equipping those called to senior leadership, and aligning discernment more clearly with appointment processes. In some ways, it goes without saying there is further work to happen in this area, but the work that you're seeing in this report builds on earlier pilots, highlights a new senior leaders discernment course that's now been developed as part of a more coherent leadership pathway across the connection. The 15-month programme that is formed for this senior leadership discernment course is open to lay and ordained. It's designed around 5 key areas: spirituality, self-awareness, team leadership, understanding diversity in leadership, and working strategically in a connectional church, as well as focusing in on characters and values and leading in complexity and empowering others. There'll be a range of ways in which participants will engage in learning, both practical and mentoring, through projects, through online and offline learning too. In essence, this work represents further developing an intentional, connected and prayerful approach to discernment for senior leaders that the Church needs for now and for the future, paying attention to enabling greater diversity in leadership. And in terms of the cohort for the pilot, we're anticipating one cohort. We've had 21 applications, which means we'll be running 2 pilot cohorts. And obviously, we will continue to report back both to Ministers' Committee and to Connection Council and to Conference on that work in the future. And so with that, I move Resolution 29.3. The Conference receives the report.
I don't see any speakers. Is Conference agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Following through the alphabet, section K. I call Barbara Easton, who is there ready. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you. So we are moving to page 318 and to section K, which is the review of learning for ministry. The Conference of 2024 directed the Ministries Committee to oversee a process by which learning for lay and ordained ministries in the Methodist Church could be thoroughly reviewed. The independent consultant who was appointed to the work spoke to about 150 people across the church, many of them involved in some way in learning, as well as visiting our Methodist institutions and conducting some desk research. Throughout her research, there were many positive messages, one of which was the high value which Methodist people put on learning. And it was interesting to hear Genesis making that connection with the desire for biblical learning amongst our young people. However, the initial thinking in establishing the terms of reference and the subsequent research have forefronted a number of questions and issues for the church. Some broad brush headings from this would include, for example, the match between the learning now offered and the learning needed for ministry now and in the changing future. The current changing world of higher education, changing qualification, and the place of theology within those changes. And it's worth also mentioning, I think, that this has been part of a consultation with ecumenical partners or conversation, and that many of our ecumenical partners are also having these conversations. Our conversations brought out a lot of words beginning with a C, such as coherence and connectivity, cost, capacity and cohort, and some words not beginning with a C, such as accessibility and diversity, scholarship, formation, ecumenism, and partnerships. The report concluded by suggesting a number of ways forward, although clearly more work needed to be done in scoping out their practicalities and evaluating feasibility. So at their March meeting, the Connectional Council also felt that the pressing priority for immediate next steps was a focus on learning for initial ordained ministerial formation, rather than the wider focus of the review, which encompassed both lay and ordained ministry in a lifelong context. As a result, the Council has established a small group to take this scoping work forward. This is working at pace. It has met twice since the Council in March and is scheduled to meet again in early September, with other meetings throughout the year. The work is planned to report to the Council and then to the Conference across the coming year. Before I finish, I'd just like to thank the steering group for all their work at the earlier stages of establishing the review. Thank you. And so I'd like to move 29.4, that the Conference receives the report.
29.4 is before us. Is Conference agreed? Agreed. Thank you.
And so on to section L, which is the review of worship, leading and preaching. Through Conference, Connectional Council and conversations, there seem to be a lot of words with a C in ministries, the Ministries Committee and the Ministries team have heard the concern about the course for worship, leading and preaching. I note also the memorials which have been received this year and to which we will come shortly, and also that at 10 years old, the course was due for review. In response to this, some work has already been done and more will follow. The work that has been done and which is ongoing is that since the conference of 2025, the Ministries team have conducted a wide-ranging review of the current course. The recommendations that have arisen from this review are before you. Broadly speaking, these are to address the amounts of content, the variety of courses, and the ongoing resourcing of people who lead worship. There have also already been appointments to new posts within the Ministries team, some of which will begin in September, to strengthen connectional support for people leading worship in its different aspects. The work that is to come more is for the Ministries team, working with the Board of Studies for Local Preaching, to work through the changes that are proposed and to bring them into effect as quickly as reasonably possible. And so I move Resolution 29.5 that the conference receive the report.
Are you speaking on 29.5 or waiting for the memorial? 29.5, thank you.
Madam Vice President, Sandra Hayward, Yorkshire North and East. I'm just glad to see that the word rigorous is still there in 2 on page 319, because I think we do our congregations a disservice if we dumb everything down and pare everything to the lowest common denominator. That's a maths reference for you.
Thank you.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, Tom Hart, North West England District. I wasn't going to speak to this, and it's somewhat is what has already been said. I'm a local preacher on trial at the minute, and I actually quite enjoy the amount of content that we have. I don't know whether that's because my mentor is brilliant in presenting that work to us. I say that because she's in the room. But actually, there's something about the richness of the content that is in there, and we strive to be a church that has excellent worship. Whatever your theological standpoint as to why that is, we strive for excellence in our worship. So just a little plea that we, as we reduce and we look at what is core and what is optional, let's not water that down, because we owe it to ourselves and we owe it to God that the theology that we are teaching and the way we are resourcing people is first-class excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for your trumpet playing. Another speaker.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, Thomas Zaborski, South East District. I am a local preacher in training. I came back from conference last year feeling called to this role. I'm also neurodiverse, and I just feel that the course is too academic for people. So I would like to see some changes.
Thank you.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, I'm David Hemingway from the West Midlands District. I'm the District Local Preachers Secretary. I have a simple question. Can we be reassured that the consultation and the redevelopment of the new course will include local preachers and worship leaders in that, and not just people who did the local preachers training 20 years ago and who think that they know everything that there is to know about local preachers. There are issues on local preachers and worship leaders doing it today. As Bob Bartingdale said quite a while back, local preachers are not just there to fill the gaps in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Another speaker at this side.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, Ruth Dawson, another person from the North West England district. We're very vocal. Some of you may remember, if you can remember that far back, that I spoke on this subject last year, and unfortunately I still have not finished my local preacher training, much to the woe of my superintendent. However, I am truly grateful that we are going to review the number of assignments, because 24 written assignments over the course is too much work when you're already full-time working and have lots of other responsibilities at home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, Tom Osborne. East Anglia, because why let the West Coast have all the fun? I wasn't going to say anything, but people have talked about our course. I just want to offer into the conversation about a review as someone who used to work in further education and who used to work in selling courses, that an A-level and a BTEC National Diploma and a GNVQ Level 3 are at the same level. Why offer one course? Why not reflect on how different people need to study and learn and develop, and offer a range and suite of models in how to do that that can all be at the same level? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to respond, Barbara. Thank you.
Conference, thank you. I think it's reasonable to say that we have indeed heard many voices of what a struggle people find. Some people find the course, many people find the course, particularly people who are well-meaning, will offer great service as local preachers over many years, but have to balance that with the nature of local preaching is that you do it in your spare time. And for people who are already stretched in the rest of their lives, we understand that it can be very difficult to manage. And I would want to assure you that it is not anybody's intention to make our worship more watery. And clearly that is not an intention of the council, for whom the quality of worship is a primary priority. And it is also our intention to ensure that there is still a standard in it, whether it involves less work at the first stages or not. I am often surprised, actually, when people tell me, as I heard recently, that some people in their district had given up the course because they thought it was, as the great Stanley Holloway once said of the waves at Blackpool, fiddling and small. And so there are people who walk away because they find it not enough as well. And I do think that that's an important thing to bear in mind. But the weight is that the weight of it is great. And Tom, I would draw your attention to the point in section L.2, which is about the creation of new courses. And so certainly the idea that there should be more than one way of getting into this is very much in people's minds. Thank you.
So we have 29.5 before us. Is conference agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. We move to memorials M1, first of all, and then M2. I call Jill Dascombe.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, Jill Dascombe, Chair of the Memorials Committee. I bring two similar memorials who share a response. This is M1 and M2, on 686 and 688 respectively in your agenda. And they are both to do with concerns about the training programme for local preachers and worship leaders. M1 comes from the Dane and Trent circuit meeting, and they have several concerns, including the complex and demanding nature of the course and the sense of disempowerment felt by those from a non-academic background or who have limited IT skills. And in their circuit, this has contributed to a high dropout rate. In M2, which comes from the Birmingham and Oldbury circuit meeting, have also experienced a high dropout rate amongst their aspiring local preachers. And they cite again the very high academic standard required from the study material and the time demands and the heavy demands on mentors amongst their other concerns. So the reply to both of these memorials can be found on page 687. And this reply notes that following similar memorials from last year's conference, a good deal of work has already begun, as we've been hearing, including a wide-ranging review resulting in some proposed modifications to the current course, the creation of new local preachers and worship leaders courses, and for those leading local arrangements, and improved connectional resources for those leading weekly worship. So included in our reply is the fact that the conference therefore accepts the principle of a new training course for local preachers and worship leaders, and is pleased to note that action is already taking place. The fact that these concerns have come up again, despite the fact that they came up last year, I think illustrates the urgency and importance of this work. The conference, again, wishes to affirm the work of all tutors, mentors, local preachers and worship leaders, and to thank them very sincerely for their hugely valued and significant contribution to leading God's people in worship. I move the reply to M1 and M2.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers? No? M1, first of all, is before us. Is conference agreed? And then M2, is conference agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much indeed. We go to agenda item 12, and I call the Reverend Dr. Mark Rowland.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, Mark Rowland, Secretary of the Faith and Order Committee. Madam Vice President, I present the report of the Faith and Order Committee on criteria for the recognition of ordination, which you can find in volume 1 of the agenda on page 133, with amendments on the order paper, page 21. The 2024 conference directed the Faith and Order Committee to review what are currently known as, I quote, criteria for the transfer of ministers, and to report to the conference of 2026. These criteria govern the recognition of ordinations by this conference that have taken place in other churches and conferences. For a minister to be able to transfer into full connection, to be recognised and regarded, or to be granted another ministerial status among us, their ordination must be one that is recognised by the Methodist Church. To recognise an ordination, we need to be able to acknowledge a sufficient level of communion with the church from which the minister comes, and the ordination service must conform sufficiently to our understanding of an ordination service. In our processes, recognition of the ordination is essential for a person to be eligible for a ministerial status in our connection. The question of whether they are called and suitable to serve here is for the wider process and is not part of this report. The current criteria were approved in 1993. The two principal issues that needed addressing were that they make no provision for the recognition of diaconal ordination and that they give no guidance as to the burden of proof or how sure we need to be that the relevant criteria are satisfied. This report presents amended criteria and guidance to address those points. The committee has given particular attention to the question of how to provide for the recognition of diaconal ordination, given the wide variety of forms of diaconal ministry found across the Methodist family and beyond. Diaconal ministries in partner churches are not always ordained ministries, and the focus of diaconal ministry can be quite different in different places. In the case of presbyters, the language for the office used by other churches varies quite widely. You are probably familiar with priest, presbyter, elder, minister, and so on. But the identification of the ministry of the word and sacraments identifies a key commonality on which our recognition of the ordination is built. For deacons, the variety of ministry means it is not possible to identify such a succinct core, and possible phrases we might use are often things which would in practice be shared significantly with other ministries, including lay ministries. The committee therefore proposes a different form of language for deacons than for presbyters. We propose that we require the explicit use of the language of deacon and the language of ordain. This allows it to be distinguished from lay roles that may perform similar functions and to be distinguished from diaconal roles that are commissioned or consecrated rather than being ordained. We have also added guidance to clarify the concept of a measure of communion and to emphasise that it is for applicants to provide the evidence needed to show that their ordination can be recognised. While we will always do what we can to make appropriate inquiries and to give applicants opportunity to provide further evidence or information that is missing, if ultimately it cannot be found or provided, it is likely that the consequence will be that the ordination cannot be recognised. I therefore move Resolution 12/1. The conference receives the report.
Thank you. 12.1 is before us. I don't see any speakers. Is conference agreed? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. I move Resolution 12.2. The conference adopts the criteria in section 5 above.
Conference, can we do a show of hands, please? Is those in favour? And those against? Thank you. That's clearly carried.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The current criteria are only published in the Faith and Order statements, and while I know all the members of the conference read those statements assiduously, as these criteria are necessary for the interpretation of standing orders, they should be readily available, and we therefore propose that they be included in the appropriate section of CPD. And so I therefore move Resolution 12/3. The conference directs that the criteria in section 5 above be published in Book 6 of the Constitutional Practice and Discipline of the Methodist Church.
Thank you. In the soon-to-be slimmed-down CPD, we are adding something to it. Conference, please show by show of hands. Those in favour? Thank you. And those against? That's clearly carried.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President.
We're on a roll, conference. We move Doug Godfrey-Swaney, the Connectional Secretary, and we will go to Statistics for Mission number 43.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Members of Conference, Doug Godfrey-Swaney, Connectional Secretary. I'm pleased to present Report 43 on page 564 on the way the triennial membership returns 2023 to 2025 in accordance with Standing Order 382. As the report says, these statistics are not the whole story of our life together, but they do remain a vital instrument for understanding our current reality, for reflecting honestly on our fruitfulness, and for discerning the missional actions to which God is calling us. Firstly, a word of thanks. More than 92% of our churches submitted returns this year, and we're grateful to superintendents, circuit and district administrators and others who contributed to this work. Our attendance figures reflect the continued integration of digital worship into the life of the connection. In 2025, average weekly attendance, combining in-person and online, stood at just short of 100,000 people. With regard to membership, the long-term pattern of decline continues. Reported membership in 2025 was just under 120,000, and when adjusted for missing data, was approximately 130,000. This represents a significant and steep reduction over the past few decades. Yet the report urges us not to stop at the headline figures. When we look more deeply, we do find signs of genuine hope. 2 in 5 churches report at least one person joining. 1 in 5 experience net numerical growth. These are not marginal numbers. They tell us that growth is happening, real, local, spirit-led growth, and that intentional mission focus can and continues to bear fruit. The report also highlights the remarkable development of our digital presence, which is set to only increase in the years to come. The Methodist Church website supports worship leaders and local preachers with more than 364,000 resource downloads each year, and our social media now reaches over 65,000 followers. Our Advent and Christmas campaigns continue to expand, with 71% of churches using the resources locally, and email sign-ups to campaigns rising from 235 in 2022 to over 13,000 in 2025. This is a significant outward-facing witness. Work is continuing to ensure that when we connect with those who are curious about faith, they can connect with the Methodist Church in a natural, welcoming way. It's a Way of Life will share real-life stories of people living out their Methodist faith in everyday routines. The micro-website is designed to meet people where they are and invite them to explore spirituality at their own pace, with the hope that this journey will eventually lead them to a local Methodist church. All of this is rooted together in a Methodist way of life. In short, Madam Vice President, the report cannot allow us to be complacent or to ignore the challenge that we face of being a different-sized church, but hopefully it indicates that with ongoing work, we could adopt the Council's strategic objective of growing our membership with realistic hope. I move Resolution 43/1. Conference receives the report. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have some speakers. One each side, I think, if you get ready. Thank you.
Madam Vice President, members of Conference, Rach Collins, Bristol District. I, like you, Madam Vice President, am a fan of maths and numbers. And phones that don't turn off. When I read the numbers, particularly in Table 2 and Table 3 on pages 565 and 566, the ones that stand out to me is the stability in our attendance numbers. And I wonder if those are the numbers we should be focusing on, rather than the declining membership. When attendance is stable, despite the number of churches ceasing to meet, then surely that shows we are doing something right. I'm not saying this to give us a pat on the back, but to say maybe attendance and connections would be a better measure of what's going on the ground, and that membership is not. I see people committing to God, committing to the church, people who want to be confirmed even, but are only becoming members because that's what they have to do to be able to serve. It feels to me an outdated way that people, and it's not the way that people connect to many other things. Maybe these numbers are telling us that membership is literally dying out. And obviously we're creeping into other aspects of the agenda. But here, when we read all our agenda together, we see a church looking for radical change. And I wonder if focusing on discipleship but not membership might be some of that radical change we need, rather than pushing us to recruit in the right way. Let's celebrate those who join us, and let's measure connections in its multiple, varied and modern ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker at this side.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, members of Conference, James Patterson, Presbyter in the Northampton District. I follow on from the previous speaker, I read this report and it's really encouraging. I look forward to encouraging engagement with On the Way in my local context. As I read this, I came up with one question. Is now the time to question the need for membership and to look at the concept of membership? When I was at college and in my probationary years, only a couple of years ago, doesn't time fly? I did my dissertation for an MA on Methodist membership. Is it an outdated concept or is it something that we can reimagine? I went in with a clear bias that, for me, membership and being a member of the Methodist Church means the world. I was shocked that having done 10 interviews with people in my context who've long been members for many years, sorry if you're watching, I was surprised at how much of a barrier it can be to a number of people, how you need to be members in order to do jobs, and how that can equally be a barrier and a massive headache for some presbyters trying to find treasurers and other things within your local context. So I just leave that question. Is now the time to truly look at membership and whether it is something that is time to move on from? Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to respond, Mr. Godfrey Swanee?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, James, for those points. It is only a couple of years now, I think, since we looked at membership in the 21st century, and the conference has had a number of conversations about that. We would certainly hope that the work we're doing on Methodist way of life and how that fits in offers alternatives to how we see membership as part of our lifelong commitment as disciples. This report is brought up because Standing Order 382 requires us at the moment to report on membership, but we take those points on board as we continue the reflection on how we encourage discipleship and commitment to the whole body of Christ. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got 43.1 has been moved. Is conference agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Now we move to agenda item number 41. Principles for Liturgical Style and Language, and I would like to call Reverend Dr. Mark Rowland. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, members of the conference. I'm sorry you've got to put up with me so soon again. I present the report of the Faith and Order Committee on Principles for Liturgical Style and Language, found in volume 3 of the agenda on page 535, and there are a few amendments on the order paper, and I apologise, I forgot to note the page number on the order paper, but I'm sure you can find it. The Conference of 2026 adopted proposals to begin a significant project of liturgical revision to provide the Methodist Church with new and revised authorised liturgies. This report is the first of 2 reports relating to initial stages of that work that seek to set out and invite the conference's agreement to particular principles and ways of working that will then guide the project as a whole. This report offers reflection on the kinds of language we use in our liturgy. It engages theologically with challenges of speaking of the God who is greater than our words can say, and yet is revealed and wants to be known. It draws on the rich heritage of the Scriptures and the Church's liturgical tradition, as well as more recent scholarship, in order to offer insights for our worship today. In general, it proposes an expansive approach where we seek to use a variety of images and ways of speaking. The report covers a broad range of material, and therefore is inevitably fairly high level. Most sections of it could have been reports all on their own. The report seeks to set out an overall vision for our language in worship, and I draw the conference's attention to that in paragraph 4.1 on page 542. The report also offers some discussion of particular points that need consideration on gendered language, how we refer to the Holy Trinity, light and darkness, disability, power and control, sin and forgiveness, and violence. In each case, the report offers questions and principles to bear in mind rather than trying to set hard and fast rules. The report also considers the questions of texts that we share ecumenically. In the Methodist Worship Book, we generally use the versions produced by the English Language Liturgical Consultation, and it is proposed that we should continue to do that. Alongside those texts, we can add alternative options that use a wider range of imagery and language. As the report notes, further consideration is needed in relation to the Lord's Prayer, and the committee will welcome the views of the conference. The report offers principles for the conference to adopt and for the committee to use in the writing and revision work which is ahead. These are that we seek language which seeks to be inclusive and expansive, the recognition of a variety of traditions, resources in different registers where appropriate, a variety of forms of address for God, the use of the ELLC versions of common texts, a recognisably traditional form of the Lord's Prayer, the Apostles' Creed and the Nicene Creed, alongside work on a distinctive new affirmation of faith, to draw on a diversity of sources, and of course to be doctrinally faithful and true to our Methodist emphases. The report acknowledges that there are ways in which liturgical language can and has been used which can contribute to harm and abuse. Before I move the resolution, at the suggestion of a member of the conference, I'm going to invite us to take a moment of quiet as we recall that and pray for those who have been hurt. I move Resolution 41.1. The conference receives the report.
We have a speaker or two. This side first, please. Yeah.
Madam President, members of conference, Alan Bradley, North West England. Thank you, Dr. Rowland, for your report and for its sensitivity and for that expansive approach within it. Just a couple of comments. The first, our JDS report speaks of inclusive worship for children and suggests that there is scope for considering language that is suitable for all ages. And I wonder within our authorised liturgies that if we are seeking to be an all-inclusive church, then an all-age church, and that actually our liturgies should reflect that as well. Either as alternative prayers or indeed as the Iona Abbey has an alternative all-age communion within their book. And then my second point is simply that while the report recognises the importance of poetic and inspiring language, this has not been carried through to the actual principles. Our liturgy should irritate the imagination for the coming of God's kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lydia Harrison, Yorkshire North and East, still. This is Madam Vice President, this one, yes. I commend this report. This is a beautifully written report that we as conference need to take on the style and the meaning of it throughout our reports. I would like to just flag as a concern that there is an inclusive language guide already out there that seems to not be used very much. And I would love this report to have more gravity and be used more widely throughout our connectional life. Thank you.
Thank you to both speakers for those comments. Yes, certainly the aim is that we have a variety of registers where appropriate, and that could certainly include all age liturgies. Our aspiration is certainly for poetic language. Is poetry a principle? I don't know, but we certainly will aim to bear that in mind as we write. Lydia, thank you for your appreciation for the report. The Inclusive Language Guide is referenced early in the report in paragraph, I think, 1.2 possibly. But equally, the Inclusive Language Guide seeks to be a more general guide, and this is a report specifically focused on liturgical language, so that's why it's not so explicitly used. But I don't think what we're saying here is in tension with the kind of guidance that's given in the inclusive language guide. With all of that, I have moved the resolution. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
A show of hands, please. Those in favour? Thank you. And those against? That's clearly carried.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I move Resolution 41/2. The Conference adopts the principles set out in Section 7 and directs the Faith and Order Committee to follow them in drafting and revising liturgical resources.
We have no further speakers. A show of hands, please. Those in favour? And those against?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. As well as resourcing our ongoing liturgical work, it is hoped that this report can serve as a resource for all who lead worship and preach in our churches, recognising that much of our worship, quite rightly, does not use official resources. It may be that it could be discussed in local preachers' meetings, circuit staff meetings, and on other suitable occasions. I therefore move Resolution 41/3. The Conference encourages all Methodist preachers and leaders of worship to study this report and to reflect on the language and imagery used in the worship they lead.
Thank you. We have some speakers.
Madam Vice President, Reverend Rachel Day, District Chair, West Midlands District. I welcome this report, and I think this resolution is key to it, because I hesitate to urge some caution in how we broaden people's vocabulary in leading worship and prayer, because there is a sense in which we lead worship and people in prayer out of our own encounter with God and how we experience God that is therefore authentic. And this is key to help each of us who are preachers and leaders of worship to broaden that encounter with God, to lead worship with language that enables us to embrace the fullness of God. So it's that hesitancy that we don't make people feel they have to use language in prayer and liturgy they are not comfortable with because it's not their experience of God, but how we enable people to enter into the fullness of God and broaden that. And I think this resolution is key to unlocking that for all of us, and I encourage circuits and districts to enable that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Vice President Raj Patta, Northwest England District. As I also support the previous speaker and congratulate the principles that are set out where local preachers play an important role, may also inform that to suggest that whatever we have inherited in terms of liturgical language that unconsciously carry the legacies of colonialism, exclusion, or unequal power needs to be taken with much care and caution so that our liturgy will be more expansive and relevant. At the same time, also to see language that will be Zionistic or anti-Semitic also needs to be, much care needs to be given. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rowland, have we got another speaker? Oh, sorry, come on forward.
Madam Vice President, members of the conference, Nick Sissons, Wales Synod Cymru. Just to add into the conversation, nothing has been said about shutting up and not speaking. There's something about the richness of language, but just from my experience in conference these few days, we've used an awful lot of language that is very, very redundant, imagery upon imagery upon imagery. It means nothing. And I want to speak on behalf of those that want silence in worship, that want opportunities in worship to reflect on the language we use, and therefore to be careful about the language you use and not simply to use it and use it, however florid and beautiful, etc. it might be. So just a sort of a plea that we teach people when to stop speaking and to honour God by the silence as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all of those contributions. I think the conference has heard them. I accept them gratefully. I don't have a great deal to say in response. So, Madam Vice President, I've moved the resolution.
A show of hands again, please. Those in favour? Thank you. And those against? That's clearly carried. Dr. Mark Rowland, would you like to carry on with agenda item 42?
I would be delighted, Madam Vice President. And once my tablet catches up with me, I will make a start. Right, here we go. I present the report of the Faith and Order Committee on the revision of authorised liturgy, order of work, level of authorisation and format of publication, found in the Agenda Volume 3 on page 557. As you will all have spotted, this is the second of two reports in relation to the revision of authorised liturgies. As the proposals last year set out, the plan is that there will be a rolling programme of creating new resources and revising existing ones. The fact that we are not producing a single book with everything in it means that resources can be made available when they are finished, rather than having to wait for everything else. In addition, it allows for some level of differentiation as to what means of authorisation is required, with it not being necessary to bring everything to the conference. This report sets out the order in which we will approach the work and the levels of authorisation that we propose for different liturgies. It gives an indication of what is envisaged about the formats for publication of different resources, but it is intended that they can be flexible so that we can respond to feedback and to the opportunities offered by new formats that may become available during the lifetime of the resources. I therefore move Resolution 42/1. The conference receives the report.
Thank you. We have a couple of speakers. Have we? No? This side, please.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, I'm Anna Homan from the Northampton district. Thanks for the report. It's great that we're thinking about different ways how we publish litigate information, resources. I'd like to refer to the agenda, looking at page 559 in section 3, paragraph 3.2. It talks about the different languages, multiple languages that can be used. We can't do everything, but I was just wondering, I represent the deaf community. There's about 87,000 deaf BSL, British Sign Language users in the UK, and BSL became a recognised official language in the UK in about 2003. So I'm wondering, when you talk about multiple different languages, how about having some information in BSL? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for that. You will see as we come a bit further down the resolutions that there is a resolution inviting the conference to direct the Faith and Order Committee to produce a language policy in relation to the new resources. In a few moments I will talk about that and say we need to give consideration to what languages we make the resources available in, and we will certainly be very glad to consider BSL among those and see what can be done. I've moved the resolution.
42.1 before us. Is conference agreed? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I therefore move resolution 42... let's try again. I therefore move resolution 42/2. The conference endorses the order of work and approval statuses set out in the table in section 6 above.
We don't have any speakers. Is conference agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Members of conference will, I'm sure, recall that Standing Order 201(10) is where we find the process for the authorisation of liturgy. New resources are commended for a period of experimental use before being presented to the conference for authorisation. To allow the process to proceed efficiently, and following the precedent that was used when the 1999 Methodist Worship Book was created, we asked the conference to delegate the ability to commend services for experimental use to the Faith and Order Committee. So I move resolution 42/3.
42/3 is before us. Is conference agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
As we noted a few moments ago, a key question that is not yet resolved is about what languages the resources should be made available in. The Methodist worship book was fully translated into Welsh, but there is only limited provision in other languages. In order to allow this question to be explored fully, the conference is invited to direct the committee to produce a language policy in relation to authorised liturgical resources. Having said all of that, I do also need to manage the expectations of the conference here. Ideally, we would have all of our authorised liturgical resources in every language under heaven. Our ability will be slightly less than that. So there will have to be a significant discernment that takes place here as to what we would like to do and what we can do. I move Resolution 42/4. The conference directs that the Faith and Order Committee produce a language policy for authorised liturgical resources and to report to the conference of 2028.
We have some speakers, please.
Madam Vice President, Andrew Charlesworth, Areglois Feddwl Distaith and Gymru. The Welsh version of the Methodist worship book is used in both Welsh and English language churches in our bilingual synods. It is a crucial resource. I worry that we have to wait until 2028 to discover what our language policy will be, and I worry even more that much closer to our financial cliff face what it will say.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Vice President, members of conference, Janet Corlett and Aglish Hersilach ons Manin, Fastamai, Ulia. I have John Wesley's language policy here for you, which will save you some money. In 1789, John Wesley wrote in a letter to the Chief Assistant on the Isle of Man, "I exceedingly disapprove of publishing anything in the Manx language. On the contrary, we should do everything in our power to abolish it." So this is reparative justice, but also to say we are starting an NPNP called Cofobl Celtiach, Celtic community, and part of the NPNP money will be used to produce contextual Manx liturgy and songs. So bringing out the Celtic spirituality and the language. And we look forward to working with Faith and Order to make sure we don't veer too far from acceptable doctrine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janet, and we thoroughly support the aims of the Isle of Man district in staying on the straight and narrow. I think we've just illustrated really powerfully the challenge involved in this piece of work. I think we're all deeply committed to being contextually appropriate. As a Welshman myself, I would certainly worry at the potential if our liturgy in Welsh were to disappear. At the same time, I rejoice that we are a connection in which there are a great many languages spoken and shared and in which worship takes place. And so the choice of what we can do will have to be informed by the finance as well as by other things. And that is one of the reasons for giving a bit of time for the work as well, to try and do it carefully, recognising there will be hard choices that have to be made. I've moved the resolution.
Thank you. Show of hands, please. Those in favour and those against. That's clearly carried. And we move, I think, to our last resolution, which I really hope isn't going to be one of those like you get at Church Council as to what colour we're going to paint the door.
Yes, you'll be relieved to know I haven't got a short item of any other business, Madam Vice President. What is in a name, they say? The new collection of authorised resources needs a name. I've been trying to train myself out of saying the new Methodist worship book, oh, but it's not a book, so I better not call it a book. And so this report proposes that we title it Praying the Faith, Authorised Liturgies for Methodist Worship. This creates a clear parallel with Singing the Faith, and also allows authorised resources to be clearly identified alongside other resources. We've had some initial thoughts as well about questions like brand identity, and I'm very grateful to my colleagues in the connectional team who know much more about that sort of thing than I do. So I move Resolution 42/5. The Conference directs that the new collection of authorised resources shall be known as Praying the Faith, Authorised Liturgies for Methodist Worship.
Thank you. We have that before us. Conference agreed? Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President.
Thank you. And just before we go to our closing worship, I turn to the... Who's Assistant Secretary of Conference?
This is slightly less profound. We're aware that there have been electricians working in the International Hotel today, and the hotel does not expect there to be any further problems. But if you find you have no power on your return to your room, please contact the hotel reception, not our help desk here, and it can be fixed very quickly. Thank you.
I would like to invite Heather Morris and Mucha Chivso to lead our evening worship.
As part of our evening prayer, we will sing on a couple of occasions, and we'll remain seated to do that. Let's hold silence as we allow the Holy Spirit to settle our minds and our hearts. At the end of the business of this day, we take time to be still and to notice God. God who has been with us in our joys and our sorrows. God who has been seen in friend and in stranger, in expected and in unexpected places. When we have seen your love in those around us, we give you thanks.
When we have restricted your love by what we have said or done, or what we have failed to do,
we ask for your forgiveness.
May the God who have joined with us, whom we have seen at work in us and around us, in our conferring and our working, grant us forgiveness, peace, and rest.
We offer to God this night the work which we have done and the work still to be done, the times of friendship and fellowship, our rest and our sleep.
Let us bless the Lord.
Thanks be to God. Amen.
Amen.
Conference, I want to thank you for all your work. I'm sorry we have run over a bit today, but we have caught up an awful lot, so thank you. Conference is now adjourned until 9:15 tomorrow morning. Thank you.